of Education for January 12th, 2021 is called to order. For tonight's meeting, any item that will be voted on has been posted on the PPS website under the board and meeting tabs. This meeting is being live streamed on PPS TV Services website and on channel 28 and will be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks. Please check the district website for replay times. As we open our meeting tonight, I know that many of us are thinking about the families and community that call the Clara Vista apartment complex home. We received word tonight that there has been a fire at that complex. So far, we have no reports of any injuries, but we know that a large number of our students do reside there. And so our thoughts are with those first responders who are there helping keep people safe and all the families who are dealing with the impact of a fire tonight. We begin our work with our hearts a little heavy as we consider those families, but focused on our board consent agenda. Board members, if there are any items you would like to pull, we will set those aside for discussion and vote at the end of the meeting. Ms. Bradshaw, are there any changes to the consent agenda?
No.
Great. Board members, are there any items you would like to pull from the consent agenda? All right, do I have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Great. Director Scott, let's see if I can get this correct. Director Scott moves and Director Bailey seconds the adoption of the consent agenda. Is there any board discussion on the consent agenda? Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
No.
All right. The board will now vote on resolutions 6223 and 6224. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Any abstentions? All right, the consent agenda is passed by a vote of 6-0 with Representative Shu voting.
Yes.
All right, thank you. We turn now to student and public comment. Before we begin, I'd like to review our guidelines for comment. We really do, as a board, thank you for taking the time to attend this meeting and to share your thoughts and comments. Public input informs our work, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts, reflections, concerns, and celebrations. Our responsibility as a board is to actively listen. Our board office may follow up on board-related issues raised during your testimony. We do request that any complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. If you have additional materials or items you would like to provide to the board or superintendent, we ask that you email them to publiccomment@pps.net. Again, that's all one word, publiccomment@pps.net. Please make sure when you begin your comment tonight that you clearly state your name and spell your last name. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and you will hear a sound after 3 minutes, which means that it is time to conclude your comments. Ms. Bradshaw, do we have anyone signed up for student or public comment this evening?
Yes, we do. We'll start with Scott Mason, who's speaking on behalf of Brook Mason. He should be on his way over. There he is.
Hi there, can you hear me? My name is Scott Mason. My daughter's name is Brook Mason. Her last name is spelled M-A-S-O-N. My pronouns are he, her. She couldn't be with us tonight because she's attending a dance rehearsal. But she wrote an email earlier this week after some discussion at our house about schools reopening to in-person learning around the state and around the country. She sent this email to Dr. Keely Simpson, the regional superintendent in our area, and copied the school board as well as her principal. So I'll read that to you now. For 2 6th grade, she wrote this also, I should say, with her friend and peer, Elise Crandall. We're 2 6th grade students at West Sylvan Middle School. We're aware that decisions will be made soon about whether we will return to in-person schooling this year. We wanted to give our opinion about the choice. We think that going back to in-person school is the best decision for both students and teachers in the PPS district. Here are reasons why. First, online school is really difficult for students, teachers, and parents. Online school is very stressful, from new assignments popping up to technical difficulties. Many times we turn to our parents for help because we don't have immediate help from a teacher. Most kids have working parents or have multiple siblings that need help. Parents don't always know the answer to our questions, though. Often teachers don't end up responding to emails we send with questions. Students are spending much more time than we need to on assignments for reasons like confusion, technical difficulties, or trouble communicating with teachers and our peers. Online school is also hard for teachers with bad internet connection causing technical difficulties. Some teachers are constantly dropping in and out of meetings, which results in kids being so distracted they aren't learning anything. Even teachers with good internet connections have problems like kids not being able to access assignments. Plus, when most students have their cameras off, we can only imagine how hard it would be to teach. Teachers never know if students are working hard on an assignment or even participating at all. In the classroom, teachers would not be experiencing this problem. Kids wouldn't have, well, a paper bag over their heads hiding their faces. We're also missing a big part of school, the social part. We're all missing friends that we don't get to see anymore. We just started middle school and we haven't even met most of our teachers and classmates. As you can see, online school is very difficult for everyone involved. Last year, we graduated from Forest Park Elementary as 5th grade students. For 5 long years, we always remember talking about how we wanted to do the things 5th graders got to do. When that year finally came, a few weeks before the fun was supposed to start, online learning came along. Almost everything we hoped to do in those 5 years was canceled. We were devastated. Teachers tried their hardest to make up for the things we missed, but it wasn't the same. This year, if 5th, 8th, and 12th graders have the same experience we did, many kids will be left feeling terrible. Last of all, we completely agree that safety is the top priority right now. That being said, there are many solutions to this problem. Masks, social distancing, new paths to get around hallways, spacing out desks, or having dividers, and sanitizing will all help. Teachers are supposed to get the COVID-19 vaccine very soon. To limit the amount of people at school, we would even be okay with the hybrid model with morning and afternoon cohorts. All of these would lower capacity in the building at all times and would lead to more productive learning. Online school can be a choice as well if families don't feel comfortable. In conclusion, there are so many reasons in-person school is the best decision. Online learning is really difficult for students, parents, and teachers. Kids are missing out on celebrating academic accomplishments, and safety can still be addressed in an effective way. We hope you take this message into consideration. We appreciate all the things you're doing to keep us safe and helping us learn. Thank you. Sincerely, Elise Crandall and Brook Mason.
Thank you.
Thank you for reading that for your student, and please pass on our appreciation to her and her colleague for that letter. I don't know if you saw it, we were talking before the meeting started that the governor tweeted this evening that school staff will hopefully start to receive the vaccine January 23rd. So
yeah, that's great news.
That very soon has now a date attached. So thank you so much, Mr. Mason.
Megan Kelly.
Thank you. My name is Megan Kelly, K-E-L-L-E-Y. My pronouns are she, her, hers. And I want to start by thanking the PPS board for this opportunity to comment on the enrollment balancing scenario that's being presented to you today. I currently have a child in 2nd grade at Creston, and I am currently also serving as the Creston PTA president. Just wanted to share that the majority of our families in our Creston community are pretty concerned about the inequities that are inherent in this proposal, especially since there is room for our middle school students to feed into Kellogg without displacing any other programs. The proposal that's presented to you today has Creston remaining a K-8 for the 2021-2022 school year, with no indication of where Creston students will go after that. It's unacceptable to our families that Creston has been singled out as not deserving the same opportunities as other students. Arguments we hear for this proposal are that the other schools have a higher percentage of historically underserved students. While this is true for some, this is not true for all other neighborhoods. In addition, this argument just serves to further erase and ignore the students and families that we do have who identify as BIPOC, who live at a lower socioeconomic status, and who are learning English as a second language. In fact, the 2019-2020 school report shows that 55% of Creston students are considered in that underserved category. In addition, 9% of our students are limited English proficient, and we currently provide weekly food and other supports to approximately 50 families in our community. In addition, our school is not designed to be a K-8 and is unable to provide some of the social emotional growth that's needed in middle school. We do not have lockers. Our students transition to classes outside in the rain because they are sharing hallways with elementary classrooms. Our middle school population is small, therefore we can't support multiple class configurations and classrooms. And so our kids do not learn how to navigate those social and academic transitions. This alone makes the transition directly into a high school so much more challenging. And if Creston students are the only ones feeding into a high school in this manner, then they automatically start at a distinct disadvantage in comparison to their peers. Finally, our community is concerned about the creation and process of the coalition itself. It has been clear throughout the process that many voices have not been heard and that there has not been an adequate and balanced representation of all schools and programs throughout this process. All of our children deserve to have equal representation on a coalition that's deciding their academic and social emotional futures. The voices of neighborhood schools should be equally heard in this process, and it doesn't feel as though that has been the case. For these reasons and more, the Creston community respectfully requests that the PPS board return this proposal to the Southeast Guiding Coalition, specifically directing the group to transition Creston from a K-8 to a K-5 starting fall of 2021 without displacing any other established programs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Sarah Moorhead. Sarah, you should be able to unmute now
Okay, I have
and on your camera
unmuted.
if you'd like.
Can you hear me or see me?
Can
Okay.
hear you, but your video's not on.
Oh, video's not on. Okay, there we go. Hello. Hi, I am Sarah Moorhead Bauer. Moorhead is spelled M-O-R-E-H-E-A-D. And I am the mother of a Creston fifth grader. And thank you for this opportunity to make a public comment. I am here to express my concerns as well regarding the Southeast Guiding Coalition recommendation that prevents Creston from feeding to Kellogg or any middle school for the 2021 academic year. The proposal leaves our middle school students at a distinct disadvantage compared to students at a standalone middle school. Creston students deserve access to an equitable and robust middle school experience just as much as the rest of the PPS middle school students. I feel that the Southeast Guiding Coalition is not the correct group or wasn't correctly represented to make such a significant decision about the lives and education of the Creston students and children. I would like to request that PPS Board of Education return the proposal to Southeast Guiding Coalition with directions to modify the plan so that Creston does convert to a K-5 in fall of 2021 alongside and not instead of our neighboring school communities, so we can all go into K-5 mode at the same time. And I'd like to also state that there's no amount of additional resources that can be given to Creston to help supplement keeping the 5th through 8th graders in a school that's meant to be just for elementary school students. My daughter is has been so excited to see the library in Kellogg and to utilize that facility, and to learn that we may not have access to it is just heartbreaking. My last point is a request is please open Kellogg at as full a capacity as you possibly can, not at 70%. Please maximize the attendance and opportunity. Every single year of middle school is critical. And please don't let 1 year pass for the Creston students. And even from our family, we're even willing to depart with our beloved Creston cohort and splitting them if it means getting into a dedicated middle school for fall of 2021. Creston's a diversified community, and we'd like you to please consider these things, because I don't feel our voices were heard in the Southeast Coalition Guiding Group. That's all I have to say, and thank you for the opportunity again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's have Eric Happel.
Hello, thank you. Eric Happel, Happel. I am here to also, like Brooke and Elise, advocate on behalf of having schools opened as quickly as possible for an in-school choice for the students. I've written several letters, as some of you may have seen, and also spoken before on this subject. So I think the information has continued to become more and more clear. I'll hit sort of 5 key quick points on it. Number one, our governor, who has put safety above all else, has actually advocated now on opening schools, and that alone speaks volumes. Number two, there is overwhelming data that opening schools is safe. The data is around the country and around the world. Latest study in North Carolina that followed students for a couple of months found that there were 0 transmissions from students to the teachers. Oregon data, there's an average of 2.1 cases in the schools that are open already, that have been open, some of them since September. That number is so low, it indicates either none or very low transmission within the school. With very simple safeguards like masks, distancing, not so simple, but I know masks, distancing, hand washing, it's proven that we can keep transmission close to 0 within schools. Third, kids are suffering. You heard that very clearly from Brooke and Elise. And anyone that doesn't understand this and thinks that online school comes anywhere near close to in-person is really just being dishonest about it. I know teachers are trying, but it's just not the right way for people to learn. And we've also got increased suicidal thoughts, increased suicides, depression, and inequity as well, and hunger, and kids who the only caring adult that they may see in a day, they're not seeing. So child abuse cases going unreported. 4, women have been set back by this as well. If you saw the job report on Friday, 156,000 jobs were lost by women in December, while men gained 16,000. And this is disproportionately being felt by both Black and Latino women who are making choices to stay home with their kids, who are being educated and not go to the job. So that is just going to continue to set us back for years to come. That's not going to be easy to get back. 5, cases in Multnomah County are actually very low. When you look across the country and you use any measuring stick other than the measuring stick we've used in Oregon at times, we will see that the cases are low here. Our hospitalizations are low. School districts around the country are opening with much higher numbers and with success and very low transmission. And when I see things like people sending notes to the governor saying COVID spreading uncontrollably in Multnomah County and building cases on that, that's being dishonest. And we can't just accept that as information and not question it, because our cases here are low and they've been going down since the beginning of December. So in summary, governor said open the schools. Data shows we can open schools safely. Kids are suffering. Women, and particularly Black and Latino women, are being set back. Cases in Multnomah County show that are actually on the decline, and it's safe here, never been in the red zone. So what are we doing? I'm having trouble understanding justification for not taking steps immediately to start moving forward in opening schools. So that's really all I have to say. And so thank you for your time. I know this is a hard thing and it's a lot of work to figure out, but it just has to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. We have next Meredith Martinez.
I wish that the actual pronunciation was so lovely. It is Meredith Valines, V as in Victor, ILLINES. Pronouns are she and her. Good evening. Thank you for having me. I am the parent of a 4th grader at Lent Elementary. And I am here to speak about concerns regarding the reopening of schools beginning as soon as early as February. And I as I reflected on what I wanted to say, I tried to tease out the concerns I have for my own daughter, her health and well-being, and her safety, with the concerns that I have for the larger Lent KA community. And what I realized as I reflected is that the two are not mutually exclusive, and that what impacts the community impacts my daughter. My daughter is a very sensitive and empathic young girl, and she receives 504 services for regulation and attention at Lent Elementary. And so by no means has learning from a distance been easy for her. However, I do believe the greater concerns of the community and that involves her at Lent should be prioritized. Lent Elementary, as you know, is one of the more diverse schools in PPS, with over 50% of students identifying as Latino or Hispanic, and more than 33% of teachers identifying as BIPOC. So I would say to you that when we look at the statistics and we're thinking about reopening, we have to prioritize the needs of this population. As Mr. Happel noted, the numbers and data we see for Latino families are higher. They're experiencing higher rate of COVID-19, and they are the quote he mentioned about women leaving the workplace is actually very relevant. However, I would say that that's part of my learning and my daughter's learning and being a part of this rich community, is that we are what is good for one is good for the other. And so I implore you to really think and be careful about reopening and ensuring that all of these educators and family members in this community have access to vaccinations before reopening. And that, is for other communities as well. I would just like to end with a poem that is central to our community at Lent in La Queque. And it is by a famous Chicano educator. Tu eres mi otro yo. You are my other me. Si te hago daño a ti. If I do harm to you, me hago daño a mí mismo. I do harm to myself. Si te amo y respeto. If I love and respect you, me amo y respeto yo. I love and respect myself. I think if PPS is true to their equity lens, prioritizing communities of color and really being sensitive to their needs and facts is going to be a win for all of us, despite some other comments. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Next, we have Kim McGare.
Hi, my name is Kim McGare. My last name is MC, capital G-A-I-R. My pronouns are she, hers. I have a 9th grader at Grant. I'm here to speak about school reopening. We sit here in mid-January with Portland schools having been closed for 10 months. We have seniors at risk of losing their entire year, kindergartners who haven't set foot in their classroom or met their peers, elementary kids with documented educational and SEL loss. As the Oregonian editorial board said yesterday, everyone who has a qualified opinion on this issue, public health experts, pediatricians, mental health experts, educational experts, they all say schools should be open, particularly in places with low spread like Oregon. We are consistently the 2nd or 3rd lowest in the nation. While there is much data on the safety of schools, and we've sent a lot of it to you, I want to highlight a study that came out last week, which was the Duke study of North Carolina schools. They contact traced every case. And importantly, while they had 723 cases associated with schools, they had zero child to adult transmission. And where there was student to transmission or student transmission. It was 1 or 2 cases. Schools have been open for 4 or 5 months all over the country. There have been no super spreader events or large outbreaks. I understand that schools not posing a risk of harm is counterintuitive, but we are now making decisions with lifelong impact on students, on their lives, and we're making them based on fear, not science. I beg you to make science-based decisions. The students in this district depend on you to make science-based decisions. The harms of keeping schools closed are dramatic and increasing. And as other districts and private schools open, and they will, the educational disparities so many PPS children already face are going to grow exponentially. PPS rightly brings an equity lens to its decisions. With all due respect, this is the greatest equity challenge this board or district has ever faced. Those suffering the worst harms of CDL are the students who can least afford it. They are low income, they are historically underserved, they are students with mental and physical disabilities and health issues, and they are ESL learners. Equity demands that you begin to open our schools with these students first in the door, but with all kids and all grades and all schools eventually being in person. While getting teachers vaccinated early is a laudable goal, we cannot make opening our schools contingent upon it. You have no control over when that will happen. The governor's tweet says that students are eligible. She then goes on to say, don't call your doctor's office. We have no idea when we're going to get actual vaccines. You can't trigger this to something you have no control over. And more importantly, schools are open safely without vaccines. Vaccines are an added layer of protection, but they cannot be a precondition. Finally, I want to recommend to you John Canzano's column today. Hope is a dangerous thing. In it, he talks about another school board considering the same issues you are, and he rightly points out that the most dangerous thing is not hope, but the absence of it. We are close. We are close to our children losing hope in the adults in their life, losing hope in the institutions of this state and this city. They know that schools are open all over the country safely. They know that and that when we can't provide a science-based answer to them as to why they are not allowed to go to school while kids all over the country are safely going to school. And to be candid, we cannot provide a science-based answer to that question as we sit here today after 4 months of data. It is fair for them to lose hope. Please don't let that happen. Thank you for your time and your attention. I really appreciate it. I know this is a tough decision, but we've got to have a can-do attitude about it, and we've got to start opening the doors. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Melissa Oliver Janiak.
Hello. Oh, there I am. My name is Melissa Oliver Janiak. That's OLIVER-JANIAK, and my pronouns are she, her, hers. And Mr. Happel and Ms. McGare have stolen a bit of my thunder, but I'm gonna persevere anyway. I am also a PPS parent. I have 2 elementary-aged children. And for months now, I've understood that Oregon would not be quick to reopen public schools to in-person instruction. We would be cautious. However, as we've learned about coronavirus, as schools have steadily reopened elsewhere and significant research has been conducted regarding COVID transmission in a variety of settings, several findings should provide reassurance about the safety of reopening at this stage. Number one, we all know kids, especially young ones, acquire and transmit coronavirus at lower rates than adults. 2, the key to reopening a school safely is the same key to reopening any other communal space or place of work, implementing a number of practical and relatively inexpensive safety measures like distancing, masking, opening windows. And while we may all desire state-of-the-art school buildings, we don't need any building upgrades to reduce the risk of COVID transmission. 3, to those in our district who think such safety measures can't work safely in our school settings, the evidence of what has actually occurred when schools open belie that. We've already had a couple references to this new study out of North Carolina. It was published in the Journal of Pediatrics, which is the kind of the world premier journal for pediatric medicine. They tracked 90,000 students in North Carolina in public school receiving in-person instruction during this pandemic. There were no cases of child to adult transmission in schools, as Kim McGare just said. And that study was designed before schools open and involved thorough contracting of the cases, contact tracing of the cases. So they do know, what was transmitted and what wasn't. And in research conducted by the National Center for Research on Education Access and Choice, epidemiologists looked at the effects of school reopenings on COVID spread by analyzing COVID hospitalization rates, prior to and after schools opened. They found in counties with fewer than 36 to 44 hospitalizations per 100,000 people prior to opening, COVID-19 hospitalizations did not increase when schools opened fully in person or with a hybrid model. Based on Oregon Health Authority data, Multnomah County's hospital admission rates have consistently been lower than the range at which this research showed no observable effect on hospitalizations. The vast majority of epidemiologists, the experts in this space, encourage prioritizing reopening of schools because of these facts. The risks associated with reopening with safety measures are low. And on the other hand, the risks from continuing to provide remote-only instruction are high. Indeed, on the flip side, right now, PPS children are suffering under remote learning. I doubt I need to go through any data regarding the increase in rates of depression or the myriad of other reasons behind the recommendation of the American Academy of Pediatrics to prioritize in-person instruction. You've all seen and heard that information. The governor's relaxation of restrictions to open schools was a needed step. I'm glad teachers and school staff are being prioritized for vaccination as well, but vaccinating these groups should not be a prerequisite to returning to school buildings. By January 19th, revised advisory reopening metrics will be issued by OHA and ODE, but from other districts around the country, you already know what the possible reopening models are and what measures should be implemented to reopen schools safely. The district has had since last spring to plan. In its January 5th letter, PPS committed to a comprehensive update by the end of the school term on January 28th. We, and by we, I mean parents, students, this community, expect that update will include concrete details of a reopening plan that will return the majority, if not all, PPS kids to classrooms by February 15th in a meaningful way. Keep children at the center of decision-making and honor their right to an adequate public education. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment.
Thank you so much for everyone who spoke tonight. I got to film a little video at Creston last year about like a day in the life of a student, and got to spend time with a middle schooler at Creston, go to PE, which I was not prepared for. I was wearing high heels, which are not required footwear for PE. I know, Julia, I know. I didn't even think about that I would go to PE. We went to English, which I was prepared for. We talked about the Constitution. I was good. And then we went to PE. But I did manage. I claim I beat him in the relay during PE, but of course there's video footage that might say otherwise. But having been at Creston and gotten to spend that time with a middle school student, I know how much that community really cares and works together. And I really appreciate you all taking the time to speak tonight. And I know that all of us are trying to find the best pathway forward for our students as we navigate the pandemic. And so appreciate everyone sharing their experiences in their communities about what they're feeling and hearing so that we can together make the best decision possible. We turn now to further information from students, which is always the heart of what we do. And so Nathaniel, invite you to make your student representative report at this time.
All right, thank you. As of last Friday, I have submitted my final college application, and accordingly, I've had a bit more free time than usual. And I apologize in advance because, as such, this report is going to be a bit longer than usual. I'd like to begin by updating everyone as to shifts in membership. Most unfortunately, we have lost one of our reps, Rep Hussein of Roosevelt, one of our 2 Roosevelt reps, has resigned, citing family responsibilities. However, we do have a new rep, Rep Manon Almore. I'm pronouncing that wrong, I'm so sorry. Manon Almore from MLC, bringing our total number of represented schools up to 10. So could I get the slide up now? Maybe. No.
I am searching right now. One moment.
All right. Well, while we wait for that, I guess I'll continue. So additionally, I'd like to provide an update on student opinion regarding reopening. As you might have heard, the DSC and I are currently in the process of distributing a survey among high schoolers intended to gauge student opinion on reopening and comprehensive distance learning. I plan to present the results of the survey at our next meeting on the 26th. As of now, we have approximately 600 responses, or about 5% of our total high school population. Of course, we could certainly use more responses, so if anyone watching is or knows a PPS student who would like to fill out the survey, including non-high schoolers, I very much encourage you to do so. The link will be available. There's a shortened URL on the slide once it's up, as well as a QR code, or you can just go to the DSC's webpage on pps.net. It's pps.net/page/1796, if I recall correctly. Click the link to the Google Drive, and then there's a PDF with the link. I wonder if the slide's working.
Nathaniel, I feel like this is a good entree into like adulthood meetings, particularly in a Zoom era, as you sit there awkwardly trying to make by time as your presentation comes up.
Hey, there we go. Okay, so the tiny URL is the quick link to the survey. Then you can either scan the QR code or take the steps I listed out previously. All right, I think that should be good. Thank you. And now, finally, I have twice before felt compelled to disregard the generally limited purview of these reports and address larger societal happenings. Both times it was the sheer enormity of the events in question and the direct implications they had on our students that made it seem as though it would be a disservice to my constituency not to mention them here. Unfortunately, with the attempted insurrection of last Wednesday, I feel as though I must do so for a third time tonight. After all, it is us who will inherit this nation and its problems. I don't know about all of you, but I, in spite of my many looming deadlines and assignments, was glued to my screen for most of the day. I was watching when senators were first rushed off the floor of their chamber. I was watching when the insurrectionists reached the Senate floor and when they waved the Confederate battle flag in the halls of our Capitol for the first time in history. I was watching when, after the mob finally cleared, Congress counted the final electoral votes following the objections of far too many. As the day progressed, it began to dawn on me that we were witnessing an act of pure political violence that would likely come to rival some of history's most memorable and terrible. In particular, I'm thinking of the Roman Gracchi brothers being killed by the mob, of a later mob enraged at Caesar's murder, burning the Senate chamber and seeking out those to murder themselves, of the Reichstag in flames. And I'm thinking too of the tyrants who, not long thereafter, seized control of their respective states in which such violence took place, Augustus of Rome and Hitler of Germany. Some even now say that these fears are overblown, that our republic is far too robust and resilient to meet such a fate. I say that the corpses of republic past are scattered across history and that in each one, its citizens said the same thing. If there's one thing that we should take away from the events of Wednesday, it is that our republic, our democracy, remains in true danger, and that danger is in large part perpetuated by those who would vote to overturn a free and fair election. Let me be perfectly clear. I condemn such actions as well as Wednesday's attempted insurrection in general unequivocally. The DSC joins me in that regard. Furthermore, it is worth noting that this violence, while this violence is a horrifying spectacle, it is the larger threat of encroaching autocracy that we must truly guard against, even in its subtle and apparently peaceful forms. And while there is far more that can and should be said on this issue, I'll conclude tonight by reiterating that it is this weakened republic that you, as the adults of America, are to bequeath onto us, and that it is we who will truly feel the effects of Wednesday, and the countless events that led up to it for many decades to come. We must all remain vigilant, and we must all be active in protecting our democracy, lest it meet the same fate as the fallen republics of history, and lest we meet the same fate as their citizens. Thank you.
Thank you,
Nathaniel, I'd like to.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Amy.
Chair Lowry. Nathaniel, I'd like to thank you for your remarks, your really, really eloquent remarks. It's very difficult to be lumped into the large group of adults that bear responsibility, but you're absolutely right to do so. And, you know, it's heartbreaking to think about the world that we are bequeathing to all of you, but it's very promising in your hands, and thank you for speaking out. And I hope you always feel like you have this platform to share whatever you need to say about the state of things, but thank you so much.
And Nathaniel, I want to share also, just thank you for offering 3 different ways to engage. The QR code and the little tiny URL is awesome, and putting it on a website. I think that's fantastic. I also want to share, I asked for permission to speak earlier, and I've been put off and punted off until later in the agenda. And as I'm hearing my colleagues and Nathaniel speak, I just want to put that out there that I would also like an opportunity to speak to everybody that's here as well. So I'm putting it out there. I've been told it'll happen. I don't know what time that's going to happen, but that we have guests waiting. But I also understand that all of us here, you know, we're all free to speak, right? I just want to put that out there. I did make a request earlier.
So I'm going to speak to that. Director DePass, you made a request to move an agenda item from the around board leadership from the end of the meeting to right after the superintendent's report. And I asked that we go ahead and move it forward, but to after our guests. So we'll have Superintendent Guerrero's report, and then we have, we're talking about Addie's Act tonight. And so we have the father of our deceased student here with us tonight. And so I wanted to honor his time and the fact that he's here to discuss the way we can honor her life, and invite you to speak to that board leadership question after we have those guests. But of course, you know, you are a board member, and if you want, and you know, changing the agenda in the middle of the meeting, we as a board can choose to do that. But I would respectfully ask that we wait until after the superintendent does his report and after Lon is able to speak about Addie.
Okay, and I just in this moment want to use this moment as an opportunity, as a learning opportunity in, you know, whose comfort are we prioritizing? And yes, as a board member, I would appreciate the consideration, you know, as a peer, as an equal contributor to the work. And as we're all talking now and all having the ability to talk, I don't want to be hushed. So I'll put that out there, leave it out to the group, but I did put that request out, and I've been put back behind people. So that's,
yeah. And I would say,
my
Michelle,
comfort and what I have to say is just as important as everyone else's.
Yes, it is. And I do say, you know, we do have agenda setting. We do ask people to email us. Sorry, the cat is falling off my lap. I'm taking the
and that I understand that. And sometimes things come up in the moment that we need to make time for.
Yes, and
that did not fit into my schedule this week.
I've been responsive to shift the item that you want to speak to, board leadership, from the very end of the meeting to the middle of the meeting. But again, I want to honor Addie's family and our guests from OHSU. So how is the rest of the board feeling? Are we ready to move forward with Superintendent Guerrero's report and then hearing from Addie's family? What is your will as a board?
I would like to have Director DePass have an opportunity to speak as a just personal courtesy. Since she's made the request, we hardly ever have those. Just as if another board member had a special request that was not a regular thing that happened, I would be supportive.
Any other thoughts here?
And I'm also happy to wait, but again, in this moment, I want us all to understand that my comfort and my positionality is not being prioritized. I just want to put that out. I'm happy to wait, but I want us to understand how we're operating.
I think this is a bigger conversation for us about how we do things. And when we have an agenda, Roseanne and I and Scott and other leadership work very thoughtfully to think about the agenda, and I try to be very responsive to, you all have said we want more time to discuss things. We really want to be able to engage with topics. We've had to cut a couple of conversations short because we have had guests waiting. And so it's when we look at the agenda at agenda setting, we're really trying to balance all of those pieces. And so, the board leadership agenda item you and I had already discussed, and it was at the end of the meeting. We said we'd move it forward for when we have the vote, if we do decide to delay it to the 26th. And so I think we as a board need to have a conversation maybe at our retreat on the 23rd about how we do things. And if there is, a desire to change the agenda or move things forward for a specific reason, that we work together to do that. But I also think we need to be clear about when and how we do that. So I'm going to go ahead and invite Superintendent Guerrero to do his thing. I'm going to then have us move on to the reading of our suicide prevention policy, and then we will go ahead and have you speak, Director DePass. Superintendent Guerrero, would you?
Chair Lowry, this is Director Constam. I'd just like to ask Director DePass a question. Michelle, are you making a point about saying that you have something that you wanted to share similar to Nathan sharing a broader point, or are you referring to the agenda that was moved to later in the meeting? It's unclear to me what you want to speak about.
Yeah, I want to speak about our board leadership and how we come about that. I want to speak to white supremacy and how it shows up in our work. And I wanted to make some comments about the events that happened last week. They're interrelated comments. And we've already spent more time talking about it than my statement is. So that's just to say that this is an important discussion for me. I'll take the responsibility. And it's really important that I get my feelings out and my thoughts out to my colleagues. It's really important to me, and I made a request that was not within a timeline and the cadence of which we do this work. And I realize that also the way that the cadence, it doesn't work for me. The schedule didn't work for me to get put on the agenda earlier than this. So let's go ahead with your plan. And Director Constam, thank you for asking that.
Superintendent Guerrero.
Good evening, directors. I'll proceed at your direction, Chair. There's lots to talk about and a lot of information to impart, and I know that we all have a lot of thoughts to lots of heavy events. I do have a slide deck here just to keep me organized. So good evening again for this, our first regular meeting of 2021. Roseanne, can we put my superintendent's report slide deck on the screen, please? This is for a later agenda item. What I wanted to start off by saying is thank you, Chair Lowry, for acknowledging. I also want to add a word about the reported fire this evening in the Cully neighborhood. My thoughts are also with those families impacted by the fire this evening in Northeast Portland. We know that this has impacted many of our Scott and we're learning elementary as well as probably Madison High School students. So I've had a chance to speak to some family members already in this past hour, as well as leadership from Hacienda Development, which manages the complex there. And everybody understandably is rather shaken up. So to our community out there, estamos pensando esta tarde en nuestras familias que viven en los apartamentos Claravista de Cully. Estamos disponibles como sistema escolar para prestar ayuda en cualquier forma posible. So extension of our support to students and families there, and whatever means we're able to support. So next slide, I want to thank our student representative. Thank you, Nathaniel, for acknowledging what I'm sure all of us have thoughts on. I'd be remiss if I didn't address the deadly attack on the Capitol last week. Also, I think directors and the broader community saw my posted message on this. It was traumatic to see the violence and to witness that, and that our students have had to process already so much trauma and chaos over this past year. But as I said last week in my message, I have to remain optimistic about our students' future and our country's. I believe as strongly as ever in the power of democracy and our role as educators in supporting it, because I do think public education is the bedrock of democracy. So educators have a fortuitous opportunity to support our students' understanding of our democracy, to encourage their critical thinking, to help them obtain the objective knowledge of current events and the outcomes of elections. And last week we had a number of resources made available to school staff to help them in engaging our students on the aftermath of the events in Washington, D.C. You might also recall the election toolkit that we made available to staff and families leading up to November 3rd. We shared the toolkit again last week. We're revising it again just to make sure we've supplemented that with up-to-date resources, particularly as we approach Inauguration Day on January 20th. So we believe this guide has been useful tool and hopefully helps our system build resilience and our students and teachers a sense of empowerment, and just want to ensure everyone has access to this updated version. So although the start to 2021, after an already challenging 2020, we haven't quite transitioned, it seems, from some of this negativity. I believe we will get through this together and emerge from these trials and obstacles stronger because of our community and care for one another. So if we want to champion positive transformative change, we have to fight the misinformation with education and support the principles of a just democracy. So that's my slide and thoughts on the events of this past week. So speaking of the optimism and positive outlook for Portland Public Schools, it's my great pleasure to welcome Norberto Delgadillo to Portland Public Schools as our new Chief Financial Officer. Norberto comes to us from the Tulsa Public Schools, where he served since 2017 as their Chief Financial Officer and actually gained quite a bit of notoriety and national attention for his emphasis on outreach, engagement, strategic thinking, and ultimately success in helping that district align its resources to support instructional outcomes for students, particularly with an emphasis on Black and Latino students, even in the midst of significant overall cost cutting. A little bit more about Norberto. Prior to joining Tulsa, Norberto served as the Chief Operations Officer at the LA Promise Fund, and before that at Green Dot Public Schools. And before that, he spent over 12 years in the healthcare sector. Norberto is a Southern California native with degrees from USC, we won't hold it against him, and Loyola Marymount, earning both an MBA and a master's degree in educational leadership. His career has included a great deal of work in supporting Black and Brown students, something that's very important to him, I know, as the son of immigrant parents. I have no doubt that you all get to know Norberto soon, especially as we dive into our own budget development cycle. In the meantime, I invite you, to visit Education Week's website, where you can find this February 2020 profile of him. If you could go to the next slide. Roseanne, thank you. I'm extremely excited for Chief Delgadillo to join our senior leadership team at PPS and commend Deputy Superintendent Hertz on her hires. So please join me in welcoming Norberto, Lily, who is herself an educator, and their school-age sons, Diego and Sergio, to our great city and to the Portland Public Schools. And I like to make this a tradition, as you know. Norberto is here with us in person this evening. And so, as is the case when we announce new senior leaders, he's here to share a few words directly with you directors. Norberto.
Thank you, Superintendent Guerrero, Chair Laurie, and distinguished members of the board. I'm really excited to be joining the Portland Public Schools team and community. As Superintendent Guerrero shared about a little bit about my growing up, I'll share that my parents came to the U.S. from Mexico in the 1970s. And having grown up in Compton, California, I just understand the importance of not just having a good public education, but also the importance of community and nourishing the whole child. So I really look forward to supporting our efforts on resource equity so that every student has the best access and greatest opportunity to succeed. Y un saludo breve también para nuestros hispanos hablantes. Mi familia y yo estamos súper entusiasmados de conocer y ser parte de la comunidad de Portland. My family and I look forward to getting to know Portland and everything else that Oregon has to offer. Thank you.
Bienvenido.
Muchas gracias.
Well said, Director Constant. Bienvenido, Norberto. We're excited to have you join the team. He has already started transitioning virtually and has been here from our first budget development meeting as a broader team. So we're glad to have you.
Thank you.
Back to the deck, because I also think it's important to acknowledge another set of people during this month of January. January marks a number of important milestones, celebrations, and commemorations. Roseanne, where's my slide? Including School Board Recognition Month. The Oregon School Boards Association has set aside the month of January to honor the elected volunteers who serve as Oregon's 197 local school boards, our 19 education service district boards, and 17 community college boards. So as I mentioned a few minutes ago, you know, if we believe public education is the bedrock of democracy, then I'm really grateful to have our board of directors doing the work that you do. You're invaluable to our educational mission. And I know I speak for my entire leadership team in thanking our directors who give an incredible amount of time, energy, focus, and priority in the role that they play as volunteers. So you not only believe in public education, but you work continuously, tirelessly as leadership advocates for it. So our district and community are better off for your many efforts. Thank you very much. Another light topic, later this evening, we're going to hear about our phase 1 recommendations for the enrollment balancing initiative that our board of directors put in motion in February of last year. As you know, our Southeast Guiding Coalition, which is comprised of parents, guardians, principals, students, and teachers, was established to create a recommendation for the outlined phase 1 process, focusing on the opening of Kellogg Middle School this fall, which will be momentous. The Guiding Coalition was set to convene in mid-March 2020, but stay-at-home orders delayed the start till early September and transitioned to a virtual meeting platform. Despite this, the coalition as a whole met 12 times in fall 2020, gaining shared understanding of district-wide enrollment and program data, and as well as racial equity and social justice tools, and before launching into an iterative review of more than a dozen boundary change and program relocation scenarios. The Southeast Guiding Coalition considered feedback from hundreds of community stakeholders gathered through surveys, focus groups, and individual submissions, and hosted a virtual open house attended by more than 800 community members. Thank you for your participation also, directors. So I want to share my deep gratitude for all that the community has provided to this process, particularly during such a unique and intense time. I would like to especially thank the dozens of Guiding Coalition members who volunteered their time, not just during these 12 meetings, but over countless hours in between. So your insights, perspectives, and critical thinking have made this process exponentially better. And finally, thanks to the numerous district staff members, both central office and school administrators and staff, who I know also contributed many hours to planning, facilitating, processing, and reporting. So I look forward to hearing more in just a bit.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done, Superintendent Guerrero.
There's more.
Yay, but wait, there's more.
And I know that this is an important topic, and we're going to talk about it a little bit more during the agenda, but I do want to offer some more information in the way of details. And I'll start off by saying hello to two of our viewers from home tonight, which include Multnomah County Chair Kafori and her Chief of Staff, Kimberly Melton, who are watching this evening. Thank you for joining us and for your partnership, your continued partnership, and especially now as we navigate this pandemic and some important next steps here locally. In a few moments, Dr. Russell Brown will give a COVID/school reopenings update. We have some special guests here this evening that he'll be joined by, which includes public health expert from OHSU, leaders from Multnomah County Department of Health, as well as Marcus Mundy offering his perspective as Executive Director of the Coalition of Communities of Color. So as I shared with families and staff last week, and a quick update after the break, senior staff and I continue meeting with staff, county and local leaders and public health experts. Again, today that was the case, meeting with governor staff, with local and regional leaders to hear more updates and to continue gathering information to inform our evolving plans for the launch of limited in-person instruction opportunities for students as a next step. There remain questions in a few key areas that impact the plans we have modeled to provide opportunities for students to be on campus. So to the earlier testimony and reflecting on a wide spectrum of expressed opinions by both families and employees, I understand and I acknowledge that distance learning has been difficult. There are many elements and conditions required, however, to fully reopen our schools. I want to assure families that all those variables that as a school system, we don't necessarily control and manage all of them, but they do include health and safety measures and protocols that we stand ready to institute. We've spent months articulating those and stand ready with them. So we also look forward to announcing, given recent labor agreements, to commence limited in-person learning for increasing numbers of students. However, there are also a number of variables that we don't control, which we have to continue advocating and attempt to be a part of the solution moving forward as district leaders. So again, today, like just about every day lately, I've been in planning meetings. And we know that we're going to need to continue collaborating with local, county, and state level partners to address some of these variables. This includes gaining clarity regarding vaccine access for school staff, which PPS stands ready to partner along with our ESD to partner on the logistics of administering to thousands of employees. We have 8,500 plus employees. Again, started my workday in conversation with members of the governor's team to receive up-to-date details. As you heard tonight, you're starting to hear some of those announcements coming from her office. Those are the ones that we've been discussing. The general public is starting to hear about those, indicating that Group 1B, which includes school staff and educators and other student-facing staff, will begin to have those doses made available probably in the last week of January, maybe the first week of February. We're still getting some exact timeline on that, but what remains is a concrete plan for administering those doses once they're available. So we're working out in discussion and collaboration with our regional partners now. Also important is having a plan for frequent and free COVID testing for students and staff. So we anticipate that that's going to be an important need, requirement, and capacity that we need to have to make available on campus. So we're continuing to work out those details with state leaders as well. So let's also be clear that while the governor has determined decisions to be held at the local level, given our context, it hasn't eliminated the required guidelines that school systems have to observe. So understanding what revisions may be made to previously published safety guidelines from the Oregon Department of Education, which ones remain required for schools to adhere to when contemplating returning students to school, and understanding the context is different for us in metro districts in the larger I-5 corridor versus perhaps other parts of the state. I want to note that PPS, along with other larger districts, have submitted suggested changes and revisions to those guidelines. ODE expects to publish any updates to its guidelines not until January 19th, and we eagerly await how those might permit us greater flexibility to bring more students back to schools in greater numbers. So as an example, social distancing, according to current guidelines, makes it rather difficult logistically to plan for the numbers of students we can expect to have in our classrooms and in our school buildings. As you heard earlier, many of those are generations old and don't always afford the square footage that we'd like to have. So understanding also the full extent of resources that will be made available to districts to invest in some of the additional staff and the staff time to meet some of these required guidelines and prevent and be on the lookout for these transmissions are also going to be an important part of the equation. So since the onset of this pandemic, we've committed to centering our decision-making on prioritizing student and employee health and safety while maintaining a continuity of learning. Our entire leadership group continues to work furiously to expand the number of students who can access in-person learning in ways that are safe for them and for school staff. So this is a continually evolving situation we find ourselves in. We are operating in real time. We are thankful to have collaborative partners here locally and in the county. And as we've pledged, we intend to share more concrete details with families, staff, and with the broader community before the close of the semester. In the meantime, we'll continue to update our plans based on the mandates and up-to-date guidance from both the Governor's Office, ODE, OHA, and Multnomah County, but look forward to sharing with families details for which there's been no shortage, I assure you, of creative ideas and models about our plans for the second semester. I'll pause there because we're going to pick up this thread a little later in the agenda. But since there's a lot of questions and I can't keep up with the hundreds of emails, I thought I better spend a minute on it. So I also want to provide the board a little bit of an update as a last item here on the renaming processes for Wilson and Madison high schools. We won't be hearing from them here tonight on their proposed final recommendation because they've requested just a little more additional time to continue engaging students and community. I hear that they're close and to dialogue so that they can reach the consensus that they feel good about. So both schools are engaged in a robust planning process to develop a recommended name change with the support of Shanice Clark, our Director of Community Engagement, and her team. Both schools have stood up renaming committees and been engaged in this work since last fall. Madison commenced its committee in October. Wilson convened its committee in September, which probably explains why they're just on the precipice of forwarding a recommendation. Both of these committees are student-centered with membership consisting of student, staff, families, and alumni. Both schools have engaged heavily with communities and critical stakeholder groups beyond their committee membership. For example, both schools have consulted with tribal entities and organizations for guidance. Neither school has a proposed final recommendation for your consideration in time for tonight's meeting, but both schools have narrowed their options. And I anticipate that in upcoming meeting that you will be hearing their final recommendation. So committees are taking this time to continue their process. They're showing progress and their commitment to student voice and RESJ. So I just want to make sure that our culture doesn't prioritize the urgency over the quality dialogue and the student voice that they are very much have encouraged. So because of the potential long-term impact of the renaming, I applaud our school principals and their committees for the care and consideration that their committees are taking and offer our continued support and encouragement to them as they embark on this final stage of their process. So once they have that final recommendation forwarded to the superintendent, we will ensure that the board is updated and prepared for a vote, which hopefully is coming up to a next regular meeting. Okay, Chair Lowry, that concludes my remarks for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Guerrero. Director DePass, our staff and guests have let me know that they want to make space for your comments. And so we'll go ahead and do that at this time. I want to apologize for not getting things right in the midst of meetings sometimes and the chaos of all of that. My only hope is that as we go forward, I continue to learn and to get better. So Director.
So thank you for making that happen, Chair Lowry. But I would be remiss if I didn't share with all of you on the call how deeply offensive that was to be silenced. I've missed one meeting since July of 2019. I've diversified our Bond Accountability Committee recently, adding 2 African American members, 3 women, 3 people under 40, a technology expert and a disability rights expert to address the work of our bond. I've just recently completed an extensive performance evaluation for our internal auditor. And of course, I haven't done any of that alone. I just say that as a peer and as your colleague. I'm very, very offended at how that went down. That you prioritized, Chair, the comfort of others instead of your peer. And I appreciate your apology. What I want to talk about tonight is the way that we elect our board chair. I'm going to propose tonight that we move the agenda item that's the very bottom of the agenda, which is the vote on board leadership, from the bottom of the agenda to the top of agenda. Since I will be recommending that we delay that vote that we were supposed to have tonight until after we've had a chance to collectively contribute to the discussion about board leadership at our upcoming retreat. This should be a group process and a group decision, and it should be transparent to the community. At that discussion, we should talk about how to make important group decisions, how to come to consensus around how we organize ourselves, and what we are looking for in terms of key competencies of the role of the board chair and the vice chair, and the value of distributive leadership, which applies to all board members. This isn't a popularity contest or about excluding any board member. Rather, it's about how we elevate the strengths of each board member to serve the board collectively and serve the community collectively. We should identify the upcoming important discussions that'll be happening at the community level, and we should build our board work plan and discuss who's best seated to lead the work overall and look at the portfolios of our board work. We should take turns in leadership and bring our best selves to the work. As we talk about leadership and our roles in the public square, we should also have the conversation and the vote in the public square at a time that is convenient to the viewing public and to our stakeholders. Our last 4 votes for board leadership have happened in July at 12:15 in the morning. In January, it was at 10:30 at night. I couldn't find the exact time, but it was after 10. And in July of 2019, it was at 11:30 p.m. This is just way too late to have a vote into something that is so important. And I just would recommend that we move that conversation up. I'd like to challenge all of us here to be hard on systems and soft on people, because this work is important and it matters to all of us. My role here is really in speaking the truth and to say the hard thing that needs to be said tonight. I'm asking us tonight not to divorce ourselves from this social political moment that we are in. A moment where white supremacy is on blatant display and all that is happening, and marry that truth to the work that we do within the context of a deeply troubling and deeply racist and unjust education system that we find ourselves working in today. I want to bring us back to Portland and remind us of the big charge we have in front of us to dismantle systems of oppression, and remind us how we carry out our work matters, how we govern ourselves matters. We are no different than the hundreds of Americans who stormed the Capitol building last week. They are us. And I want us to demonstrate that Black Lives Matter, that it's more than a slogan, it's more than a trend, and just encourage us collectively to do better. In our leadership discussion, I'd like us to ask ourselves if we are supporting progress towards an anti-racist system or continuing to use outdated systems and practices and listening to the same old voices. Are we upholding systems of oppression of white supremacy, or are we doing everything in our power we can do to dismantle it? I'd like us to challenge us to be hard on systems and soft on people. One of the ways that we can show up on the right side of justice is to challenge the way we elect the board chair and the vice chair, and examine how we create pathways to create a more inclusive board and board leadership, to understand how our work internally as a board will result in a more inclusive environment for our students. We have to do our work first internally. Will it be fun and comfortable? Probably not. But change management is not comfortable, and we need to build our muscle around being uncomfortable if we want to aim for transformative change. I, again, appreciate the audience and want the audience to know that this is absolutely our work that we need to do. The way the systems that we use, the Robert's Rules of Order, are very disenfranchising to communities of color. We need to really rethink each structure and each way that we are showing up to work for this community that elected us to do their good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Director DePass. And I know that we're going to have that conversation on the 23rd. And I know that from our conversations that you've got some really great things to talk through, examples from other districts of ways we can really begin to make this a more equitable process. And as you and I spoke the other day, it's not just about the board that's here now, but it's the board that we're envisioning for the future. And that we want to create, cultural change so that we, I think one of the burdens is that you are the only person of color on the board, and, not being able to, that means like that's a huge burden on you to be a voice for lots of communities. And so encourage and hope that folks will run. I'm not running again. My term ends in 2023 and I will not be running. So I really hope that someone, especially out in the Lentz neighborhood, would consider running for my seat. I'm wanting to help and offer support as someone considers running for school board, because I do think we, like I sometimes jokingly say, we don't need another middle-aged white lady on the board. We got a lot of them. And so where can we find leaders that are already serving our communities and empower them to serve on the board? So if you have ever thought about serving on school board, if it's something, or someone in your community that you think is a voice we need to hear from, go ahead and contact Dr. DePass. I know she'd be delighted to help you, or contact me. And I think we have a long way to go to create the board that we really know PPS needs. And thank you for your work in helping us to do that.
Thank you. And also just to reiterate, thank you for that, Director Lowry, that it's not some future board and it's not work that needs to happen next year, next 5 years. It's work that we absolutely need to do now, today, with us, starting with us. Recognizing that it's not other people's, it's not a future board, it's the current board.
Right. Yeah, we want to change. We got to make the changes now to make that board a reality too. Yeah. All right, Director Moore, we're going to turn over to you as we look at our suicide prevention policy and the amazing work that's happened with our policy committee. So thank you, Director Moore, for your work leading us in the policy committee.
Thank you. So we are putting before the board for a second reading the suicide prevention policy. Senate Bill 52, also known as Addie's Act, requires school districts to adopt a student suicide prevention policy. Section 36 of the Student Success Act also requires establishing supports for suicide prevention through the development of a new statewide school safety and prevention system coordinated through the Oregon Department of Education, Office of Unity, Diversity, and Inclusion. I'd like to thank Amy Rona and Mila Rodriguez-Adair, both from the Student Success and Health Department, who worked closely with the Policy Committee and the Department of Community Engagement to develop this policy and incorporate a great deal of student and family feedback. They are here tonight to talk about this policy. After Amy and Mila speak, we are very pleased to have with us tonight Addie's father, Lon Staub, the architect and advocate for this policy, to also talk about its importance to students, staff, and families. So I'd like to invite Amy and Mila to take it from here.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Rita Moore. My name is Mila Rodriguez-Adair, and I use she, her pronouns, and I identify as Latinx. And I'm also an unapologetically identified person who is hard on systems and also hard on people. And I have been working very closely with my colleague, Amy Rona, and our policy committee to implement a very important policy. And I feel very, very privileged to even be in front of all of you today to talk about Addie's father, and the advocacy that Addie's father and family have been implementing thus far. I also wanted to just take a brief moment to acknowledge the director, Michelle DePass. And I, as a woman of color, often know the feeling of getting silenced and being pushed to the side. And I know how harmful that must feel and how hard that is on us, especially when you're the only person of color having a seat at the table. So just know that I see you, I feel you, and I hear you, and know that I'm with you in community, and know that everything that you have upheld and have named are things that I continue to name within our own school district, within my own department, and know that I carry so many positionalities and privileges that many others do not. Just know that I stand in solidarity with you, and will continue to push within my own individual work and the work that we need to continue to push forward. I also wanted to name the fact that we have this policy because some public schools recognizes that suicide is a leading cause of death among youth, and that even more youth considered attempted suicide. The possibility of suicide and suicidal ideation requires vigilant attention from all PPS staff. This policy is required by Oregon law, which was passed in 2019 in response to the advocacy of the family of a former PPS student, as you've heard, Addie Staub, who was identified as transgender and died by suicide in 2017. I also have to name that we definitely have a Black youth suicide crisis, and we as a department are committed to also doing as much as we can to support those efforts as well. Amy, would you like to go next?
Thank you, Mila. I like to say a future board member, I hope. I would like to echo what Mila said. Director DePass, I so appreciate your leadership and your voice, and also stand with you. My name is Amy Rona. I use she, her pronouns. I identify as white. Work in the Student Success and Health Department with Mila. Good evening, board, superintendent, Representative Shu, and all the community that's watching. I want to start by thanking Mila for her incredible commitment to this policy. She's put her heart and soul into it, and it's been a real honor to work alongside you throughout this process. Thank you. I also want to additionally thank a number of PPS students in particular who shared their time and their energy in giving feedback regarding this policy, some of whom are here and watching tonight. I want to name that in addition to the Staubs, who we will hear from next, that we grieve with all of our PPS families and staff who have lost a loved one to suicide. We really work to honor them through this policy in an effort to prevent more suffering. Because the responsibility of suicide prevention doesn't lie within a specific job group, this policy really encompasses culturally responsive suicide prevention training for all staff and mental wellness education for students and families. The policy has a focus on elevating and celebrating student identity, a known suicide prevention strategy, and this means continuing to grow and support student groups like Gay Straight Alliances, Queer Straight Alliances, Black student unions, Metro groups, Native wellness groups, just to name a few. And in centering the feedback of Mr. Staub in particular, this policy includes accountability measures to assure that we are deeply engaged in the work and not just checking a legislatively mandated box. At this time, Mila and I express deep gratitude for the Staub family. This policy exists because of your advocacy after the devastating loss of Addie, a remarkable human by all accounts. And so we would like to share the rest of our time with you to be able to speak your truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy and Mila. My name is Lon Staub. My pronouns are he and him, and I am joined this evening by my wife, Chris, who is phoned in. Not sure if her video's on, but we're social distancing in different rooms tonight. Thanks for inviting me today. My plan was to just give a real brief background on our story and make a few supporting comments about the policy and the path that lies ahead, if that works for everyone. And I'll keep it brief because I suspect we're behind schedule on the agenda. But as background, for those of you who don't know, after Addie's death, Chris found a homework assignment, multiple assignments actually, in which Addie expressed suicidal ideation. And she also learned that the teacher did not escalate or intervene with us or any others within the school system. So we scheduled a meeting with PPS administration shortly thereafter with really just one simple objective. We did not hold the school responsible for our daughter's death, but we wanted to discuss whether or not policies and procedures could be implemented or improved to avoid a similar tragedy. And, you know, I would just say that in the spirit of moving forward, it was a very disappointing meeting. And in the parking lot that day, we concluded that legislative action was really the only way that we were going to compel any kind of meaningful change. And it's been roughly 3 years since that meeting. And I'm happy to report that I feel hopeful and optimistic. I believe that this policy is what was intended, is what we intended when we fought so hard to get this legislation passed. It sets very clear and appropriate expectations for staff and student training, suicide screening procedures, other really important prevention measures. I believe it will help at-risk students like my daughter Addie and show that we genuinely care about their mental health. But equally important, I have seen the personal care and commitment of those that are engaged in this effort within PPS, but also across the state. Mila and Amy have demonstrated the type of culture, collaboration, and compassion, the kind of the buy-in in their hearts and minds that must be in place at the school, at the district and the schools. You know, as I said, I am genuinely hopeful, but I'm cautiously optimistic. The policy is just a piece of paper if it's not effectively implemented. Okay. So as final comments, I want to raise going forward 3 primary concerns that I'd love us all to ponder, you know, as we implement this going forward. And I want to say that I'm a grieving parent, but I'm also the former head of an internal audit department at a Fortune 200 company with 100,000 employees. So my concerns that I raised tonight are based on personal pain, but also decades of professional experience in evaluating the effectiveness of organizational policies, okay? The first is around culture. So what I see, the perspective that Mila and Amy bring, must be reflected in the district and school leadership. School plans, these things will fail if they're not consistently prioritized and sustained by leadership. The second concern is around ownership. And that's I think we might use different words around this, but every policy requirement or the resulting administrative directive must be clearly assigned to personnel. And I believe at a very specific level. We should not expect that procedures will be performed if they're not assigned to a very specific leader, principal, teacher, counselor. And we should expect failure if the entire policy is just assigned to a single person, a coordinator, a counselor, because I think that suggests that we're not embracing suicide prevention as a cultural imperative because we're just farming it out for one person to do. We're not integrating it into the culture of a district or school. And my last concern is around monitoring. Compliance with the policy and directives needs to be monitored for effectiveness. We should not assume that all of these great measures that are outlined in this policy, suicide screening, training, that they're going to get completed consistently and effectively without some kind of periodic verification and review. And right now, this policy doesn't specify any monitoring requirement, but I think we should work to design an effective protocol for monitoring. So I'm super optimistic. I'm super happy with the work that's been done, and people with whom I've worked have concerns. And I just want to thank you, board members, for your time and the invitation to be here to honor the great work that's been done, and also to acknowledge and encourage the work that remains ahead of us.
Mr. Staub, first of all, I want to, I just say I don't even know what to say about such an incredible loss. So I appreciate the time that you've put into, sharing that with us and improving our processes. As a member of the audit committee, my ears perked up when you said you were an internal auditor, because we're always looking for volunteers, and because your suggestion to put some evaluation and some metrics in place, or evaluation protocols, I think is really, really fantastic. We do work collaboratively as a board with our internal auditor to come up with topics to audit. And I would just assure you, as long as I'm on the board, that I will see that that gets added to her list of other functions and operations functions that she's auditing.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Go ahead.
Well, I just want to thank you and your family for leading this effort at a statewide level. I can't even imagine how the grief that you're feeling. And it's enormously impressive that you converted that into the energy to actually get legislation passed in, by legislative terms, is probably lightning speed. And I think it's going to make all of the school districts in this state better and all of our students safer. And I want to thank you for all the work that you put into it.
Thank you.
Like,
I want to make one more comment. One of the horrible tragedies of suicide is all the the second guessing that gets done, and about what you could have done differently. And as a parent, we spend a lot of sleepless nights agonizing over what we could have done differently. And part of this, and we take I find great peace in the things that I know I did right to support my daughter during that very hard time. And part of what this is about is putting measures in place that we can all feel good about, and knowing that we did our very best. So if we do lose somebody, that every teacher, that no teacher has to sit with that. I have sympathy for the teacher who didn't elevate this due to time demands, uncertainty around what to do with it, all of those things. And these tragedies have far-reaching implications, and we want to save every person from that kind of deep regret about not having done enough. And I hope that this will do that.
This is Director Constam. I also want to extend my gratitude to both of you for the work that you've done at the statewide level, but also just the deep work that you've done with PPS. And Amy, can you please remind me what the figure was in our own PPS survey of how many of our students have reported that they have contemplated suicide?
It's about 32%, but with our LGBTQIA+ youth was about 32%. Yeah.
And then just generally, it was about like 19% or something, right? So, the prevalence is something that we really don't think about and hear about very much, but this is meaningful for so many of our students. And you have honored your daughter's legacy in a very profound way by making this institutional change. So I thank you both so much for that.
wanted to say thank you, and real briefly to agree with you, the proof is in the pudding. And we talked a lot about that at the policy committee meeting, of making sure the systems were put into place, the supportive training for every employee. And I think Director DePass had a great suggestion about at the appropriate time auditing this process to make sure that those systems were happening, that the training was happening with fidelity, to prevent as much as we can suicides in the future. But thank you again.
Chair Lowry, I also want to extend my appreciation to the Staub family. It shows incredible courage and generosity to help us become a better, stronger school system so that we might be more supportive to other students. And I'm sorry for your loss.
And if my board colleagues haven't had a chance to read Addie's story, you can Google her name and find it on the website. And it's an inspiring and beautiful story. And so I too want to extend my thanks to Chris and to Lon for the compassion and grace you've shown in the midst of heartbreaking loss. And I know that you truly will make a difference in student lives. And I'm sorry that we didn't have these things in place for Addie. And for Mila and Amy, again, the incredible work you've done, not only with bringing this policy forward, but also helping the policy committee to think about how we do our work. And just as Director DePass was talking earlier, how we look at our processes and policies. And you know, it can be quite intimidating to come before the board. And so how do we work collaboratively together? Because that's what we all want is to do the best for our students. So thank you both for the incredible amount of work you've done on this policy, but more importantly, the day-to-day work you do for our students. It's incredible. We as a board are now gonna take our vote on resolution 6225. I'll need, this is the resolution to approve the student suicide prevention policy 4.30.050. I need a motion and a second to adopt the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I heard Director Brim Edward move, and on my audio, I heard Director DePass just beat out Director Constam for that second of resolution 6225. Is there any board discussion on this matter?
I'm just going to say that this policy really demonstrates the power of when you have committed, passionate staff working with our community and parents, that we can make meaningful change for our students. Without one or the other, it wouldn't be the same. So I just want to thank our staff and the contribution the Staubs have made to this policy. So thank you both, because it wouldn't have been the same without the marriage, and the implementation really will be staff driving that through, and hopefully with a level of accountability behind it. But we are going to count on staff to fully implement it and bring it to fruition and what we want it to be.
All right. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on this resolution?
No.
Right. The board will now vote on resolution 6225, resolution to approve the student suicide prevention policy 4.30.050. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes. Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6225 is approved by a vote of 6-0 with Student Representative Shu voting
yes.
All right, thank you, Nathaniel. We are going to go ahead and take a break. We'll take a 12-minute break until 8 o'clock. So go ahead and stretch your legs, take a deep breath. This has been a lot that we've gone through as we think about the loss of a student, as we think about how white supremacy shows up in our work, as we think about all the work we're doing to try to make PPS a place for all students. And so let's take that break and be back at 8 o'clock to talk about COVID. Thank you, everyone. 7-0. I apparently can't count tonight. So again, resolution passed 7-0 with student representative Shu voting yes. So to correct
I was
that.
going to ask about that. I was like, 6-0, I think is what you said.
Yeah, I don't know. There's
You
something.
didn't count yourself.
I guess I did say yes, but I didn't count myself. So thanks for those who offered that correction. Director Brim Edwards let me know during the break that she would like to make a statement herself tonight. So invite Director Brim Edwards to go ahead.
So thank you, Chair Lowry, for the courtesy. I thought we were going to have a motion and a vote earlier after Director DePass's comments. So I was waiting for the motion and then we moved to the next item. So I apologize that it got disjointed from the comments that Director DePass made. And I didn't want to let her comments go without acknowledging them and addressing them. And I want to thank you, Director DePass, for speaking up, for your courage and your bravery to challenge us to do our work differently, and to tell us what it feels like from a different perspective, so that we can hold on to that as we do our work, so that we understand how our they land and the impact. Also that we should be hard on systems and soft on people, because our systems need to be broken down and rebuilt, so that we can do our work differently. And we're going to need to be soft on people, because as we all noted, the people is us. And for us to be able to do the work, I think we need to extend each other grace and respect, so that we can change how we do our work. So I also want to just thank Chair Lowry for your commitment to have the conversation about how we do the work. I think we all, we're a learning organization, we can learn and get better. So thank you, Chair Lowry, and also Director DePass for using your voice to make us think about how we do our work and do it better. Thanks. Thank you for the courtesy, Chair Lowry.
And we will be bringing forth the agenda item to postpone the leadership vote. It's in our policy that we voted our first regular board meeting. And as Director DePass has brought up, we have a retreat on the 23rd where we're going to be looking at our leadership systems and how we choose leadership. So we're going to vote at that time to delay. We're going to make a motion to delay the vote so we can do it on the 26th after we've had that conversation at our retreat, but that'll come at the end of the meeting. And we can have more conversation at that time around this topic. All right, we have some additional guests with us tonight, and so I'm going to invite Superintendent Guerrero to introduce this next agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Lowry. Directors, earlier in my SUPS report, I mentioned how especially important our ongoing partnership and ongoing collaboration is going to be, particularly with local public health and jurisdictional partners, as we seek clarity and as we develop plans together in confronting this pandemic. So in the interest of continuing to build shared understandings and clarity, tonight we want to make sure we continue to update you not just on the status of current health metrics and trends, but that we also have the opportunity to receive some up-to-date information from our partners at Multnomah County Health Department about their response on the ground and developing plans. There's also been an expressed desire that we ensure input from communities of color and culturally specific organizations. As you know, throughout the district, we're engaged in ongoing planning and evaluation so that we're poised to respond and make some sound, rational decisions. Our goal is to ground those decisions in our guiding principles while also being responsive to the best information we have available by our experts. This does not come without some challenges and complexities. my hope is that tonight the board and the broader PPS community has a chance to hear some updates directly from those partners whose expertise we're also relying on. And with these perspectives together, we do build those shared understandings and a path forward so that we can offer safe options for in-person learning. So as I mentioned earlier, we're looking forward to our next announcements, beginning to describe what those limited in-person possibilities look like so that we start welcoming students back to campus. I'll stop here in the way of an intro, since this is typically the staff lead that we've designated to help us coordinate many of our efforts. So kicking us off on this agenda item will be Dr. Russ Brown, our Chief of Systems Performance, who continues to lead our planning and implementation efforts along with other senior staff. So Russ.
Good evening, Superintendent Guerrero, members of the board and the community. Pleased to be joining you again this evening. As we wait for the slide deck to come up, certainly appreciate the feedback that we've heard from our community this evening. And yeah, if there's an overarching theme to today's discussion, it really is the idea of trying to balance complex issues as we move forward. This is certainly a very challenging time for all of us. I think it often gets framed as an either or, that either we're looking at the physical health of our staff and students, or their mental health and learning losses. And I would suggest instead it's really a both and that we have to look at those things in conjunction with one another. And we are all excited about the possibility of having our students return to buildings as quickly as possible. Next slide, please. Speaking of guiding principles, throughout this process, and members of the community and the board have heard us reiterate these a number of times. I think it's worth speaking about them again as we begin to think about transition into the next window here. Again, we have to center racial equity and social justice in all our conversations as we move forward. We've heard that dialogue this evening, and again, it's an anchor point for everything that we do. We have, throughout this window, continued to focus on ensuring the health and wellness of our staff and students and our broader community, and looking forward to hearing from Dr. Graven later as we talk about health in the community and health resources in the community, and anticipating what that looks like. We have talked a lot about cultivating connection and relationship with our students and the importance of that. Again, this is not an either or, it's a both and. And we have, while we would, I think, all agree that comprehensive distance learning is not a substitution for in-person learning, it has afforded us an opportunity to strengthen and innovate in how we provide instruction. And I think we're all looking forward to how we can incorporate some of those things as we move forward. Next slide, please. So at each of the board meetings, I have presented this slide and updated it over time. This reflects, again, the current state of COVID case rates in the county. At this point, we're sitting at slightly over 300 cases over the last 2 weeks. It has declined from early December. It is, however, still within the red zone. It is well above the current threshold in ODE's guidance for comprehensive distance learning, and it's well above the numbers that we saw in the fall. And while a number of folks mentioned studies tied to COVID safety in schools, one has to realize that studies aren't published overnight. It takes some time to get those done, and most of those actually were published based on research that was done in the fall when COVID numbers were actually much lower. This was actually a point of discussion on our Health Advisory Committee, and our Health Advisory Committee members are often updating us on a regular basis about research as it's emerging and as we move forward. So we are still well above the current CDL threshold. Next slide, please. So, yeah, not surprisingly to us, following the winter break, we expected COVID cases rates to remain high. As I mentioned, they're still in the category that would require distance learning based on the current metrics and the current CDL guidance. They are over double the rate that we observed in the fall when we had only 140 cases over a 2-week window of time. So really an apples to oranges comparison. And test positivity rates, unfortunately, in this last 2-week period have gone up a bit as well. So again, just as a little bit of context, and we know that it's likely that these thresholds will be adjusted, and as they're adjusted, then I will report the data according to the new thresholds as they come forward. Next slide, please. Again, it's a complex path to our return, and we're really interested in considering multiple perspectives regarding opening. We often hear from our community really divergent, and we heard it tonight, divergent opinions about opening, where some folks really very strongly believe we should have opened and be in place in a full-time capacity a while ago, and others very reticent to return to buildings because of concerns for their family and members in their community. And I think, unfortunately, the governor's announcement has been heard in a way that maybe is a little simple, in that while the governor made the metrics component optional for communities, all the other components of Ready Schools, Safe Learners remain in effect and are mandatory. And those are some significant constraints for us. So, as the superintendent had mentioned earlier, that means that we have to allocate 35 square feet per student. And as he indicated, older buildings tend to have smaller classrooms. And in fact, when we look at our elementary classrooms, as we've been planning and looking at how many people could actually fit in our classrooms, the average classroom in our setting can hold about 12 people, according to 35 square feet per person. That translates to about 10 students and 2 adults. And that's something we would be obligated to do in our K-3 if we were to begin hybrid. Also, there's a requirement around cohorting and to try to minimize the interaction between different cohorts of students. And there is a hard requirement currently that a student can only interact with, in terms of cohorts, a total of 100 students in a week. That is really challenging when you start thinking about departmentalized scheduling in middle and high school and how to make that happen. Again, we have old buildings, and old buildings, there's quite a lot of variability in terms of the air quality and how air quality can be managed in those buildings. Our team has been working very hard around that, but it is still a challenge. We also, again, while right now the case positivity rates have been declining, there is some anticipation of a post-holiday wave and concern about additional variants of the virus that appear to be more infectious and have higher rates. And we see those in other communities and some concern about how that will play out here. And some of the resources that were mentioned in the Duke study, as well as things that we would look forward to facilitating reopening, robust contact tracing, robust testing programs for not just symptomatic, but also asymptomatic students to help identify cases early so that they could be quarantined and that we could continue to remain open, as well as vaccination timelines have all been part of what we need to be able to successfully open in a safe manner. And finally, there's also a component here that requires negotiations. As we've seen in some of our other communities around this area, one can plan, but at the same time, one's workforce has to agree with moving forward as well. So without further ado, really pleased this evening to be able to welcome back to our board and our community, Dr. Peter Graven, who's a member of our PPS Health Advisory Committee, and he's also an affiliate assistant professor of OHSU, PSU School of Public Health, and he's also a PPS parent of an Astor student. And so we welcome Dr. Graven back, and we look forward to hearing what he has to say this evening. Thank you. Dr. Graven?
Yeah, can you hear me all right? Good. Yeah, well, it's my pleasure to be back. I have some news or some updated data to report. I want to say, I am a PPS parent, and, I was asked to be here at 7:05. And I want to say that, as a white man, that uses he, him pronouns, I can say it's about time I waited behind discussions of, you know, systemic racism, mental health, and the needs of the LGBTQ community. So I'm, you know, happy to take my time. I appreciated listening to all the stories I heard today. And now I'm going to talk about some COVID data. And so I'll kind of get you guys up to speed as quickly as I can. I'd love to take time for questions if we have them, but let's go ahead to the next slide. And one more. So as you saw before, you know, I like to think about how we're doing in the epidemic with our census. And so here you can see the three distinct waves we've seen so far. And as you can see, we've come down a little bit. There's been a couple more days where it's come, our hospital census statewide has come down a little bit further. But we've had three distinct waves, and I'm going to tell you about a fourth one. So as we look at this, we have survived the main surge that came here in the fall, and it's been coming down slowly, but you can see we have not come down anywhere close to where we had been before. Next slide. This is a kind of complex graph, and you can maybe stare at it later, but what it's essentially trying to show you is how effective we've been at slowing the virus from spreading. And the orange line you can see starts off really low. We weren't very effective at all, and then goes up, and then it comes down, it goes up, comes down. And what I'm trying to show you is there's a cycle here. And the cycle is that there's some fear that takes hold. We take a lot of action, and then fatigue sets in. And that's operated on roughly 8-week cycles, 8 weeks of fear and 8 weeks of fatigue. And so if we project that behavior forward, you can see the red line, and that's going all the way through the end of August. And so this is, you know, something you should never do, and this is a good way to be wrong. But I wanted to know what our full experience with this is going to be. So rather than just projecting out a few weeks, let's think about, now that we have a vaccine, now that we know some of the patterns that we've had with this virus already in terms of our policy and our behavior, how far can we really project, and can that give other people the information they need to make good decisions? So go ahead and show the next slide. Like I said, we have a vaccine, and it's being distributed, maybe not as fast as we like, but you know, essentially we have goals of maybe 10,000 or 12,000 a day. Those could go up as more vaccines come along. And all the different people, what I'm showing you here is a proposed set of the percent of the population by age group that's getting vaccinated. And you can see the first one there is the 80-year-olds. They hopefully we're going to be able to get to them real soon, as they really impact our hospital census. We've been focusing, of course, more on healthcare workers. But if you start imagining these vaccine schedules coming into play, and more people are going to have some protection, not complete, against the virus, then we should start seeing an impact over time. And so if you took this as the potential vaccine schedule, you can start understanding how we might start seeing the end of the current pandemic. Next slide. So if you combine that fear and fatigue cycle that I showed you first, and you lay over the vaccine schedule, which we know is going to have an impact. Unfortunately, you see that while you see the rest of the pandemic, where it really comes back down to not much of a problem by the end of summer, but in the meantime, you have that giant wave. And you might think, how could you forecast a wave like that? And the reality is we are doing our darndest right now to keep this thing down, and it's still here, and it's quite prevalent. And it's unclear. Our fatigue cycle is about to kick in, essentially. So you probably feel it. Your neighbors might feel it as well. And worse, if that fatigue cycle doesn't kick in, which it's you know, I'm expecting it to here in the next couple of weeks. We also have the variant, and you might have heard, you know, of course, the virus is constantly modifying, but the B.1.1.7, that's the variant that's in the UK, and that's been expanded to some countries I'll show you. And when that gets hold here, we are going to see a real spike, and that's probably in the next 4 to 8 weeks. So if the fatigue doesn't hit us, this variant is, and we're going to have to take some pretty drastic action is the anticipation here. So this is, I'm sure, a very concerning slide. I know it is for me when I look at it and think about trying to get back to normal. It appears that we have one more battle ahead. Next slide. As I mentioned, the variant, it's in several countries that have all tried many actions to slow it down. And you can't see the names here, but in the upper left is the UK. To the next one to the right is Israel. Lower left is Ireland and Portugal. And all you need to see is that giant steep slope up. These are countries that were prepared, had been doing things, and it still knocked them out. And unfortunately, we have very low rates right now in the US, which is good. But it really only takes 4 to 8 weeks, or 6 to 8 weeks really, for it to take form, and it's probably here somewhere. And as it gets going, it's much more transmissible. The good news is it does not appear to be more deadly, have additional health consequences, and for kids particularly as well. But it spreads much easier, and that's going to be much more difficult, actually, probably for some of the protective measures of the schools that Dr. Braun was mentioning. Next slide. I'm not going to go through the long-term model, but this is to tell you that there's a lot of assumptions built into that. And each one of those can be argued. I try to update them. And unfortunately, you have to make them if you're going to look into the future like this. So, I would like to be wrong about a number of these, but, these are my best guesses right now. And I'm trying to do my best to get you guys information that can help you guys make decisions. So the next slide is some more limitations. Mostly saying there's a lot of assumptions, and I wish we'd been here before, and hopefully we won't be back. But go ahead and take a pause if you have questions, or if you're going to move on to the next topic. I'm here.
I just had a question about that last slide, if you don't mind. That it was just the effectiveness. Was it 94% after the second shot, or is there a delay after this from the second shot on before you get that? Sorry, I went so fast. So the 95%.
Yeah.
24 days after the second dose?
No, assuming you get the dose at 24 days, then you get 2 weeks until you get your protection.
So in theory, you get the first shot, 24 days, and then
you get 12, and 2 weeks after the first dose, you get 54% protection. And so that's reflected in the curve. So you get some protection there, and then you get the second dose, and you got to wait a little bit longer before you're fully vaccinated. Well, 95%. And that, in theory, we change that based on whatever vaccines we're giving out at the time. Right now, Moderna and Pfizer have pretty high rates. Some of the other ones might be a little bit lower, but if those are the quantities that are going out, we have to adjust for that.
How close are we to the vaccine schedule? I've heard we're behind. And do you see steps taken in place that are we heading for hitting the schedule?
Yeah, so the goal and the schedule I built and showed you there was at 10,000 a day, and we did indeed reach 10,000 finally just a couple days ago in a day. So it's certainly possible that we can maintain that. I know the new goal is 12,000 a day. I expect us to get there. It may not be every day. Weekends may be different, but I think we're going to be on track. So I would say the startup was slower than we liked, but I wouldn't say I'm making wildly optimistic expectations about 10,000 a day here.
Dr. Graven, I had a couple of questions. So one is on slide 12, and there was a day count and a week count. One was 10,000, one was 12,000. I think it might be the slide 13 or 11. It was, I think it was 11. My apologies.
Yes, so we have the
10,000 per week in the first versus 12,000 per day. Is that?
Oh, actually, you noticed the typo. It's 10,000 per. It's 10,000 per day.
It's a day count. That's what I thought, but I wanted to double check that. Yep. The other thing was the assumptions that go into that modeling. Are those? Can you talk a little bit about the assumptions? Like, are those best guesses? Are those data informed? And then my final question was, how will the families? We have a fairly high rate in Portland of people that are not inter-vaccinating, and so how do those? I think it's around 25-28%, if I recall correctly. how do those families or those children, knowing that the transmission rate between children isn't super, super high, how does that impact the community? However, yeah.
Yeah, no, okay.
If they leave the school buildings.
Yep, great questions. Yeah, so I like it that somebody wants to go dig into the assumptions, first of all. So if you can go ahead a couple more slides. These are kind of our best guesses of what's going on. They're not just my guess. There should be literature sites that are available. In some cases, this is declarations that have been made by the state in terms of how fast they're going to do things. I'm sorry, could we go ahead a slide or two there to the assumptions? And then back one, there we go. Yeah, so here you can see the 10,000 per day was what the original was. Yeah, vaccine acceptance rate, I have it 75%. You can kind of do the mental change if you'd like to figure out what it'd be if it was higher. And so if you're worried that it could be lower, then everything doesn't get better quite as fast. The lag, 2 weeks, I think that's pretty well known based on the vaccines that are in play, same as the efficacy, so that you can get those from the documents that came out about the vaccines. Fear and fatigue cycle, I'll be honest, that is something I invented. And it's based on looking at that pattern. You don't have to believe it. And sometimes I share a version that doesn't have that built in, but I think most people can recognize that human behavior is got that tendency. And then the ascertainment rate, that one's that one doesn't actually affect much of what you see, except for to say that it implies that there's a lot more true people who have been infected than are cases that we've detected. And that helps us get to herd immunity, as it turns out. So that's actually a good thing in this situation.
And if I could interject for a moment, Dr. Raven. I have noticed that you tend to be pretty humble about your model, but I would ask maybe that we take a peek back, because the model does I think an extraordinary job of explaining what has happened so far. And if we could lean into that just for a moment, I think that would be helpful for folks.
Yeah, thank you. And I mean, it does show a real trend line, and that's where I assume that you got that particular assumption from, that it does show a cycle, and you're relating it to fatigue and fear.
Yeah, and policy. It's really both the policy and behavior complex that we have, which is people start feeling fatigue, they go to their policymakers and express it, and policymakers say, okay, yeah, maybe we can do some things, and then people start, really behavior many times will lead the policy. People will start seeing cases go up, and even before a policy is changed, sometimes those will happen first, and you can see that in some of the mobility data. So I consider them kind of intertwined, and that pattern that you see here in Oregon is unique to us. It depends, it's how responsive we are to our people, and how nervous we might be about these things. So it really is trying to capture a real social dynamic, I would say.
Dr. Draven.
All right, I know that it looks like Director Scott, Director Constam, and Director DePass all have questions. So let's go in that order. Constam, Scott, and Moore. Sorry.
Thanks. I think Scott jumped in before me, but I'll make it quick, Andrew. Dr. Gravenbach, one of your first or second slides that showed the hospitalization rate. Can you tell us what that is relative to the recent study that talked about safety of reopening if you're under 40 per 100,000 in your population? So can you just go back to that slide and convert it to our Multnomah County population?
Yeah. Let's see, if you go back, I think we can go to, I think it'd be like slide 2. Yeah, oh, we can go back one.
Slide 1, maybe. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, so that rate, that's a census count. And if you converted that into what you're thinking of is probably the number of admits per day, which was referenced in that article. And I think 40 is roughly about where they say their study kind of says, we don't know anymore. We're about at that. So it's really 40 admits per, I believe it's per 100,000. And so when you convert it, we're at the upper end of that. I'd have to do a more precise check. This is just from my memory here. But I would say, we're probably just outside the bounds of where that applies. I have looked pretty closely at that study. I think there's a lot of good things in it in terms of trying to look comprehensive. They did a lot of work on it. It hasn't been fully peer reviewed yet, and it's got actually pretty sophisticated methods that have potential for some problems. So all these things, unfortunately, you got to take with a little grain of salt. In general, I would say, do school openings increase hospitalizations? When you're at high rates, you don't have a lot of cushion there. So.
Thank you.
So I actually want to, that's a great segue because I want to follow up on that a little bit. And I guess maybe my first question is Oregon's case rate and our hospitalization rate and general rate of community spread low compared to the rest of the country? That is something that we hear from a lot of folks.
It is. We are, in fact, as of today, we have the second lowest number of new cases per day.
And I've heard some people say that maybe Oregon's case rate is low because we have been strict in keeping schools closed. But I heard a lot of other people say that the causality is wrong there and that there really is no evidence of that. From your perspective, do you think there's any causality in that direction?
Certainly there was causality. There's been papers that were in the original shutdown period. We know that school closing sent out a big signal. It was correlated with a lot of the lower rates that we saw. And I think I presented that actually to you last time I was here. I showed a study that kind of looked at a lot of the different policies, and school closures was one of the ones that was shown to be effective. Now, like I said, you have a new study that comes out that shows maybe it's not that related. And so I think, it's maybe somewhere in between those two.
Because I guess I wanted to sort of, really get your thoughts, because it seems to me from what I read and certainly from what I get sent that a vast majority of doctors and public health professionals are advocating for reopening schools. I just got a link to a MedPage Today article, which I'm sure you're more familiar with MedPage Today than I am, saying that schools should almost always be open. So I guess maybe my first question is, do you agree that the vast majority of doctors and public health professionals do think that schools should be reopened, even in places that have much higher rates of COVID transmission and hospitalization than Oregon does? And if that's the case, why do you think that is sort of the dominant perspective, given the data that you're sharing?
Well, I don't know if I can help. I don't know if I can help on that completely. So what I can say is that the census right now in Oregon is extremely high. Oregon is in a unique position because we have the lowest beds per capita. And so, as the intro may have mentioned, I'm affiliated with the School of Public Health, but I'm also the director of advanced analytics for my hospital system. And so a big thing we are worried about and are having to deal with all the time is not having enough room for people. And that's been we kind of came out of a crisis, but that's a very real story there. And so to the extent that, you have room for cases, you can probably handle higher amounts of disease. It doesn't appear we do have much more room. And so, you at that point, any changes in your policy that are sending any signals that things are normal and that people go about their activities can lead to those kind of increase in diseases.
So just to parse that a little bit, because what I hear you saying, because again, pretty much everything I've read says that schools don't contribute to community spread. I hear you saying possibly opening schools could send a social signal that even though the schools themselves wouldn't contribute to spread, it could contribute to more risky behavior among the general population. Am I hearing you right?
Well, that's a conjecture about why when schools were closed and previously that they did bring down the disease level significantly. So you can see that in the one of the biggest policies we had back there in April or in March was to close the schools, but we also closed down a whole bunch of other stuff. So it's disentangling those two items is hard. But yeah, I would say so far, there's not a blockbuster study that can can, I think, make everyone feel really comfortable that they know exactly what will happen in each community. And I don't know if I can provide a whole lot more guidance there.
So that you're going to get a whole bunch of emails in response to that comment, but that's a good thing, because frankly, I would rather that you engage on whether the studies are robust than me, since I have no background in this at all. I am going to ask you in just a second whether, as both a public health professional, as someone with a child in school, you would advocate for reopening in person in February, but I'll give you just a second to decide whether you want to answer that or not. I think one of the things, and this kind of going back to Dr. Brown, a little bit of what you said, one of the things that I do think is missing from these conversations are the metrics about our students and the impact. And I know we talk about that in every presentation we have given. I don't want to call it lip service because I know people care a lot about it, but we have a lot of data and dashboards about COVID and very scary numbers and very scary charts. We don't have data and dashboards about the impact on our students. And we have conjecture and we have thoughts about what might be happening and we think what's happening. But when we think about the mental and emotional health of the students and the learning loss, and all the things go with it, what makes this impossible to really, from a public policy perspective, to really make the decision is there is a trade-off. And I, just to be really blunt, I kind of just disagree with you, Dr. Brown, about the idea that it is a both and. I'm always looking for both ends, but I actually think in this situation, there's a huge trade-off. And our decision is having an impact on children. That might be the right decision. One of the things I've said all along to both sides, and I'm getting emails, from advocates and opponents of reopening, but is that there is no right answer, right? The answer, we have to sort of make a lot of assumptions and sort of decide what's best, but it is really, really hard to do that without that student data. And I know you're a data guy and that's something you would love to see as well, but I kind of feel like we need a dashboard, not only talking about learning loss for our students, but talking about social and emotional well-being and mental health and suicide ideation and, all the other things that are really having a negative impact, because, the public health risks, whether they're real or not, have to be weighed. And there is a trade-off there. And I don't think we can get a win-win. I think we have to figure out where those lines cross and the values of our community and make a decision as a result. But I'll go back to you, Dr. Graven. You can decide if you want to answer it. Should we reopen schools, given what you know in February?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to give you the clear answer there. What I'm here to share with you is where I think we are in the pandemic. As I showed, I do expect us to have another wave here that we're dealing with, and that's a huge. I think that's going to end up being a huge priority that I've seen in other places. Now, do I think that there are ways that we can deliver more education to more kids in person in other ways? I think I would definitely encourage people to try to do that. And I don't see this as an all or nothing. My actual training as an economist, I would find, I tend to think of it as, find the most benefit for the least cost. So I would look for those opportunities, in particular in the areas that you mentioned. But the idea of, if we're staring at a giant wave, I think if their schools were open fully, it would be one of the things that we'd be thinking about turning off. And so I would just be prepared for that and think about, is there the in-between options that you can find where you can deliver the services to provide the most amount of service that you can.
Thank you for being here and for your help with the district through this crisis. Really appreciate it.
Yep.
Hey, while we're hovering still on this slide of hospitalized patients, somebody just texted me the OHA admittance rates, which are apparently 45 per week in Oregon.
Great.
So 7-ish a day.
Thank you for adding that. I just I wanted to make sure Director Moore got a chance to ask her questions as well. So Director Moore, did you have some questions to ask?
Yes, thank you. So I guess the first thing that struck me was I would have expected to see a post-Christmas / New Year's spike. And it looks like, if I'm reading your graph correctly, it looks like we haven't really had that kind of spike. And I guess my question is, were Oregonians, should Oregonians be congratulated for actually following the guidelines? Or do you think this is a lag in reporting?
Both. I would say Oregonians should be congratulated. Compared to other states, both Thanksgiving and the holiday season, I think our metrics look like we are doing better than most other states. However, we are still our cases are still marching upwards, actually, in a 2 week, or if you take a week-long case, week average. And so we are still going to see case increases right now. And those will show up later in this census. So I would say both your points are right.
Okay.
There is a lag, and we are doing better than other states.
Okay. Well, I know we're doing better, but that's not saying much.
I can add one other point to that, which is, holidays have the opportunity to be a good way to deal with the virus if you can avoid the social interactions that go with them. People staying at home and avoiding a lot of the places where they get the disease is actually one of the things you do. So it's not impossible to imagine holidays working out in a positive way.
Doctor, I'm sorry.
I have more questions. Sorry. So the data on the hospitalizations and infection rates and all of that, do those data disaggregate by race and ethnicity? I mean, overall, we know that there's a disproportionate impact on communities of color. Are those disproportionate impacts reflected in these numbers?
Not in the hospitalized census, is not broken down that way, but the cases are.
Okay.
Yeah, so that would be the way that you can pick it up. And, it's been pretty consistent throughout that, the Hispanic population in particular has been much harder hit than other populations in our state.
And I am personally terrified by this variant. I guess I've got lots of questions about it, but does Oregon do genomic testing so that would allow us to know whether the variant has hit Oregon yet?
We do. We don't sample very many. Of all the cases, we don't sample very many. Nationally, we sample 0.3% of all cases that we actually do the genetic sequencing on. You can go to nextstrain.org and look at all the results. In Oregon, so far, none of those samples have turned up the variant when I last looked, but they make up 2% in the U.S. Right now. So it is most likely here. You've heard the states that it's already in California, Colorado, or near. And so it is most likely here. I think most people admit, and it can get unlucky in how fast it grows, but eventually it looks like it becomes the dominant one pretty quickly.
Right. And the graphs that you're showing us do not factor in the greater transmissibility of the new variant, right?
It does not, and we're working on that. I will say, I think I mentioned this before. Kind of if the fatigue doesn't get us, the variant will. A second wave another winter wave is going to happen, one of those two waves, and so we need to be ready for that. I consider this a race to vaccination. So, we have 8 weeks and we're going to want to get as many vaccines in people's arms as we can right now, because that is a pretty serious issue coming up.
Right. And my fear is we're going to get both the fatigue and the variant, which
that will the fatigue could happen first. Once the variant hits, there will be fear.
But will we know if we're not doing the right kind of testing? We won't know until.
True. Yeah, I see. We will know, but we will know when the case counts go up very quickly. That's when we'll know.
Right. Okay.
So
I'll stop there.
I appreciate the sense of urgency and the interest in Dr. Graven. We do have other guests that are here from Multnomah County, as well as our Coalition of Communities of Color. And we do have a Q&A opportunity at the end. So I just want us to be cognizant of that as we move forward here.
Yeah, and I would say that, I think the county may have better or more accurate answers on some of these things regarding the variant as well. So I feel, happily defer on some of those questions. Like I said, we're having to make a lot of assumptions. I'd like to give you the best information I can.
Thank you, Dr. Graven. We really appreciate your expertise and your willingness to answer questions. And I think it'd be good to move on to the further part of the presentation, but would love to have you stick around so that when we do some more Q&A at the end, we can ask you all sorts of questions again.
Okay.
So again, really thankful that Dr. Graven could join us today, and really appreciate him being willing to hang around and maybe answer some additional questions later. Really pleased that we're going to be joined by our partners at Multnomah County. We work with them very closely around reopening decisions, including, throughout the fall, those places where we had limited in-person instruction, where we opened health clinics, et cetera. We work with them very closely throughout this process. So I'm thrilled to be able to introduce them. We're fortunate to have with us tonight Director Guernsey, who's the Director of Multnomah County Public Health, and Dr. Ann Loeffler, the Deputy Health Officer. Please join me in thanking them for their service to Multnomah County over what's been an extremely challenging time, and for sharing their expertise and experience with us today. Welcome, Director Guernsey and Dr. Loeffler.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay? And Dr. Loeffler, were you able to unmute? Okay, she might be having some trouble with her sound. I don't know if anybody's...
It looks like she's still muted there.
Okay.
There
Anne?
Anne, are you speaking? It looks like Anne is unmuted, but we're not able to hear her.
Okay, I'll text her in a minute. Well, we'll get started. You all can hear me okay, right? Yes. All right, well, again, my name is Jessica Guernsey. I'm the Public Health Director at Multnomah County Health Department. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm really pleased to be with you all tonight. I, too, am a Portland Public School parent. I have 2 adult children that graduated from Franklin, and I have a 16-year-old who is a junior at Franklin, Lorenzo, and he loves Franklin. We love Franklin, and not to dismiss the other schools. Don't get me wrong, but I obviously have a preference for the school my children have gone to or go to.
You've got a Cleveland parent and a current Wilson parent on the call with you, so we may have to all hold cheers or something, and then each school board member is going to want to represent their school. So they're all good.
Thank you all so much, everybody here, the board, anyone and everybody who works in the school district, superintendent, everyone. I can't thank you enough for your work every day, just as a parent in Portland Public Schools and raising kids in the community. Your work is tremendous in raising critical thinkers, and just really want to appreciate you all through this really difficult time that we're all going through. It's unprecedented, it's exhausting, and it's very scary, as we've heard through talking about all of the things that are going on right now in our environment. And before I get started with the actual slides, just a few things that I want to say about our public health response. First of all, you're seeing my face and Anne's face. We are part of a small but mighty team that has been working day and night for a year, and I would be remiss in not deeply appreciating them. Many of them are parents in Portland Public Schools and other school districts, and I couldn't be prouder of a team in public health that has really worked tirelessly day and night for a full year in a very, very scary situation. We take the health of the entire community quite seriously. That's our job. Our job is to protect the health of the entire population of Multnomah County. And I will share with you all, much like the values that you all have shared in your really thoughtful deliberations about how to approach reconvening students and classes. We also have taken a racial equity approach to our response. So I just want to note a few things that I didn't create a slide on, but just wanted to talk through a few pieces of work that hopefully you all are aware of in your work through the schools, but also through the families that we all serve. As Dr. Graven noted and folks asked about disaggregated data for Multnomah County by race ethnicity, we have absolutely seen COVID-19 impact our BIPOC communities much harder than our white communities. And our response has been in step with that. One thing I want to mention, I don't see a chat box on here, and I can't do two things at once on Zoom anyway, so I don't want to touch anything. But we at Multnomah County, one of the things that we did quite early on was create a dashboard on our Multnomah County website where you can see live data of what we're seeing in the community, both in terms of test positivity by race, ethnicity, and hospitalization. So I encourage you to go to our website to look at that. That's a very important guide for us in our work. In addition to that, some of the other things that we did very early on, and honestly we were doing anyway because this is what public health does, is we're working with communities, the communities that we serve, to what we call make meaning of that data. You know, it's not enough to be looking at numbers. What you really have to be doing is be in dialogue with community to understand what is going on. A lot of times, even measures are coming from sort of a dominant system model. So often what we're looking at is not even the right thing. So you really, really have to unpack a lot of these paradigms, if you will, that you're working from. We know that systemic racism exists in medicine, it exists in public health. So we have done our best to take a careful approach to being in dialogue with community around what does this actually mean and what do we need to do. So in addition to that, just some of the more obvious things that we've been doing that hopefully you all have seen is we've been partnering very actively with our culturally specific community-based agencies that are funded both through the county and the state to do a couple things. We have a very robust system of wraparound care with community health workers across the community that provide support for people who test positive for COVID-19 and or contacts. So obviously you all know that one of the things we really try to support is for people to be in isolation or quarantine. Not everybody can do that. Like you can think very practically why people can't do that. Making a choice not to go to work or living in a household where it's very difficult, as someone was noting before about creating distance and small spaces. All of these things are things we wrangled with for months and have really created a robust system to get people access to things like an alternative place to stay, like a hotel, food for groceries, food to pay for utilities, payments for mortgages or rent so that people don't lose their homes. So all of these things are part of a system of care that we've created in a matter of weeks, honestly, to make sure that people had access to those things. Some of the other things that we're doing that you all have heard about, the contact tracing, although that has pivoted since we've been in what we call a surge. The state's guidance around that has changed, but we do continue to do very specific outbreak investigation where we have high risk scenarios, for example, long-term care. And we do some limited contact tracing, more in those high risk situations. Additionally, a big part of the work is really around communications, being a liaison in the community. That is a huge part of local public health. We have a very robust liaison system. We have a very strong connection with the schools. We have wonderful liaisons to the schools to keep the channels open, you know, find out what's needed, be in dialogue about how to make things work. And then, of course, we have our testing sites, and our testing sites have been strong partnerships with different culturally specific community-based agencies. Again, much of this work needs to happen in partnership with trusted leaders in the community. We know not everybody is going to go to a mass testing site at a hospital. So we really try to express those values through all of the work that we're doing. So that wasn't even part of my slide deck. I just wanted to mention a few things. And why don't you go to the next slide? So we're going to talk a little bit. I'm sorry, did someone say something?
Pardon me, I just coughed.
Oh, okay. I am just going to trust that Anne might jump in here, but we'll keep going. Is
Hi,
it working?
this is Kara. She called in on a phone and I enabled that. Can we see if she's able to speak now?
I'm here. Can you all hear me from my phone?
Oh, yay.
Yeah.
Yay. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you,
We'll keep
Kara.
going. Good to know you're there, Anne. Okay. So we were going to do an update on the vaccination work that we've been doing, and then also talk a little bit more about our role as local public health with the schools. Next slide. So our goals around the vaccine distribution include several different key areas. We have a role in ensuring that the vaccine is safe and effective. This is across all levels of government. The vaccine, one of our goals is to reduce transmission, morbidity, and mortality. As we were just talking about with Dr. Graven, this is an extremely important element in how we're going to be addressing the pandemic going forward. Another goal is to minimize disruption to society and the economy, including maintaining healthcare capacity. That's part of the reason there's been a front-end focus on that 1A group in the vaccination phases to immunize people in healthcare settings, which is a very, very broadly defined setting. And then ensure equity of access. And this is a principle that we used in the standing up of our testing sites that we've always planned on replicating with community-based partners in our vaccination efforts. Next slide. So a little bit about phase 1A, and I just want to acknowledge that today we got some very unexpected late-breaking news from the federal government regarding the release of additional vaccine and an expansion of the eligible groups to receive vaccine. So some of you may have seen the governor sent out a press release today regarding this event. And we are still figuring out exactly what this means for Oregon and for local jurisdictions that are responsible for assuring vaccine access. But basically, the state announced that the expansion will include all individuals age 65 and older. And the federal government announced that it would be releasing its full reserve of vaccines available to states. Previously, they had decided to hold some of the vaccine inventory back. So we are still figuring out exactly what this means for the on-the-ground immunization plans. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. So currently, the groups that are in phase 1A, which we are still vaccinating now, are these 4 groups you see on the screen that include, like I said, a very broad definition of hospital and healthcare workers. It includes long-term care facilities. Many of those long-term care facilities are associated with a federal pharmacy contract to go out to these facilities and vaccinate staff and people living in the facilities. Group 2 also includes congregate care, mobile crisis care, individuals working in correctional settings. Group 3 includes outpatient settings serving high-risk groups, in-home day treatment services, non-emergency medical transport. And then group 4 is healthcare providers and outpatient public health, early learning settings, and death care workers. This is a very, very, very large group of people. The state at one point estimated that it was between 300 and 400,000 people statewide. I think that's probably an underestimate. And I would hazard to say that a large portion of those people live in the metro area. So this is the focus area that we have been working on thus far. And today we announced a really exciting partnership with our Metro County partners and the hospitals to stand up very, very large vaccine pods, megapods, if you will, that allow large groups of people to come through and get vaccinated, whether it's a drive-through vaccination or a parking lot, large area where people can physically distance. So we are in the process of standing up these very, very large vaccination sites over the next 2 weeks to move as quickly as we can through this group 1A. As a few folks pointed out, the unprecedented effort to roll this vaccine out. We've never done something of this scale. So I'd like to remind people that yes, it's been slow to start and difficult and convoluted by politics and all sorts of things. But we are moving very quickly and working day and night to stand up the access to these resources. And we're very excited about this partnership that's launched with the hospitals and our sister counties to start to roll this work out. And we expect to, as Dr. Graven referred to, just based on the numbers and talking to the hospitals and our partners today, we fully expect to be hitting those numbers that the governor has set as a goal as we stand these vaccine clinics up. Next slide. So this is a little snapshot of it's a sort of a live stream, if you will, on the state website of how many vaccinations by county. There's a statewide dashboard that you can look up if you just Google COVID-19 Oregon vaccine. This will give you a live shot of how much vaccine we're getting out proportionate to the population. We expect this, like I said before, to move much more quickly in the coming weeks as we stand up these vaccination sites. So this is just a dashboard that you can look at to get a snapshot of what's happening. Next slide. Anne, I think you're doing this one.
Yeah. So thank you for having us very much. I'm Ann Loeffler. I'm a little bit new in my role, but I'm not new to Portland. I'm a pediatric infectious disease doctor, and I've been in practice in Portland for 17 years, mostly at Randall Children's Hospital, but in public health my whole career through my role in tuberculosis care and other important public health issues, including school-based health. I wanted to assure you that the goal of our whole public health team is to partner with you and to advocate for the developmental, physical, and mental health of our learners. I think this is a community, this is a village, and this is everything that we're sharing with you today. Kind of off the topic of this slide, I just wanted to talk about some of the things that we plan to collaborate with you in the coming weeks and months as we move forward. I think many of you know the sort of process that the state ODE has put in place in terms of submitting reopening plans. We will continue to give you feedback on your reopening plans. We'll look at those things from both safety of students and staff and community, as well as using an equity lens to make sure that the most vulnerable students and community have the best outcomes possible using all the tools that public health has to offer. And we'll continue to be a bridge between the school and community in terms of doing contact tracings where we can. But some of that is going to really entail staying ahead of things by helping you develop your cohorts and limit transmission by those safety plans that come through the reopening process. So I just wanted to assure you that all those things are our goal. We are completely partners in this. So in terms of the slide here, this is the current governor's advisory metrics. I think probably earlier in the meeting, you talked about the fact that on January 19th, we're expecting a lot of things to change as the governor and ODE make new guidance, perhaps around the metrics, perhaps around the use of antigen testing in schools. And we are all eagerly awaiting what that will look like and how we can all work on that together. So those are the basic things that I wanted to share with you. Next slide. I understood earlier that your medical advisory committee has talked to you about some of the research and some of the resources that are available in the literature. This has been a big few weeks in terms of publication of studies, and I do want to acknowledge that the studies that have been recently published definitely got their data earlier in the pandemic, but I also have had the opportunity to be on a couple of different national meetings through the course of the pandemic one in the pediatric infectious disease community and one in the big cities public health community. And I have been able to hear some of the resources that have been developed over time, and also some of the ongoing data that has not yet been published. So we are cautiously optimistic as you start to explore the idea of some more limited in-person instruction and what that might look like and how you might do it safely. These resources, I'm sure, are well known to you. On the top one, someone alluded earlier to the Duke study that was published last week, but the ABC Collaborative is a new North Carolina-wide project. 56 districts have worked together in an all share, all learn capacity of transparency and dashboards, and including parents and including community, and learning from each other as they go. What has worked, what hasn't worked, what needs to be tweaked along the way, how to plan, do, study, act. And I think that we can all be grateful for that collaboration. I figure if Duke and UNC can work together, I think that's a good sign. And then finally, last week, the American Academy of Pediatrics published their updated resources and their clinical guidance, as well as a bibliography. And these things are encouraging that by going very slowly and learning as you go and seeing what works in individual communities and make sure to prioritize an equity lens, that you will get there. You know, your kids are not gonna stay home forever. How quickly or how slowly you pace it is I think up to you as a board and as a superintendent. And we look forward to partnering with you and being your resources every step of the way. So with that, I'm not sure what the rest of the agenda looks like, but I'll definitely stay on for questions whenever it's appropriate.
All right, Dr. Brown, are we ready for our next series?
Yeah, given the lateness of the hour, I would recommend that maybe we proceed and bring in our last speaker and then hold the questions to the end.
Okay, thank you.
Again, really pleased to be joined this evening, by Dr. Guernsey and Dr. Loeffler. Again, we're looking forward to continuing to partner, working together to support our county residents, district staff, students, families, and our community partners that work with our students. I'm now really pleased to introduce Marcus Mundy, the Executive Director of the Coalition of Communities of Color. Please join me in thanking Marcus and his member organizations for all their service to our students and families of color, especially during this year. Welcome, Mr. Mundy.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. For a second, I thought you said you're not pleased. You said, I'm now pleased. I'm like, wow, that's pretty mean. Okay.
No, I wouldn't lead that way.
Okay. All right. Well, good evening, Chair Lowry, Vice Chair Bailey, Directors, and Superintendent Guerrero. My name is Marcus Mundy, and I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition of Communities of Color. My pronouns are he, him, and his. And let me just start off by saying, with apologies to Dr. Graven, and say, as a Black man scheduled to speak at 7:05, I would finally love to move to the front of the line and start off the agenda for two reasons. One, because I think what you just heard from Dr. Graven and Dr. Loeffler and Director Guernsey was the fact they were talking about COVID. I think that's the most important thing anybody can do right now, including the school board. And then the second reason, that I wouldn't mind being to the front of the line is that I believe in the prioritization of the equity frame in every single instance. And if we do that, if we get used to starting with the equity frame at the beginning of meetings and conversations and deliberations and budgets, we're going to solve a whole lot more problems. So I just wanted to lay that out there and just thank you all for being elected. And tonight's meeting has definitely let me know that it's not likely I'll ever run for office, but God bless all of you who do. As many of you know, the Coalition is an alliance of culturally specific, community-based organizations who work here in Portland, but actually throughout Oregon and sometimes in Vancouver. Our mission is to address the socioeconomic disparities, institutional racism, and inequity of services experienced by our families, children, and communities. This alliance, representing the racial and ethnic diversity of our community, organizes our community for collective action resulting in social change to obtain self-determination, wellness, justice, and prosperity. Now, you've heard that from me before, but it bears repeating, and there's no greater need for our work than right now. For over 10 years, at least, our members have stood shoulder to shoulder with PPS to provide culturally specific services to students and families there. Our CBOs are instrumental in implementing racial justice strategies so that our BIPOC students of color have access to culturally specific, family engagement, wraparound services, leadership, mentoring, positive cultural identity development, and extended learning opportunities. 6 long months ago, I came before you to testify about the consideration of the budget. At that time, I implored you to join our table, to sit with us, to call us, to tap into the deep expertise and experience of our members who can help your overwhelmingly white staff build real relationships with Black and Brown students and their families. I wrote, I am happy to be back here, but I think I'm happy to be back here again to provide you with even more perspective as we move deeper into winter with an eye towards spring. 6 months ago, you were contemplating budget implications amidst a justified uprising and protest demanding racial justice. We were 3 months into a global pandemic facing uncertainty and a racial reckoning. And today we are all still reeling from the traitorous attacks on our capital and country, the result of our election and the American democracy and our compromised leadership. We're fighting all of these things right now. But as you can imagine, the CCC member organizations and the families we serve continue to be at the epicenter of this continuing crisis. And that's what I wanted to talk to you about today. I want to share an update on the perspective of our member organizations and the BIPOC families of color we serve in Portland. As we both watch and speak to decision makers about the pandemic, we're keenly aware of its disproportionate impact on communities of color. People get weary about hearing about disproportionate impact on communities of color. Well, I have news for you. I get weary of talking about it, but I'm not going to stop until we are no longer more likely to contract COVID or health outcomes that show that we are more likely to have underlying conditions that increase the morbidity of this virus. Our member organizations employ thousands of people of color right here in Oregon, many of whom work alongside PPS administrators and teachers, and their safety is a chief concern for member organizations. When the pandemic hit, our organizations immediately hit the ground, began safety planning, adopting protocols to protect our employees and the employees at PPS that we interact with. And our members are working remotely and adapting to meeting by Zoom like all of us. At the same time, our members were quick to respond to the increasing need by our communities. They're providing services remotely, making the necessary adaptations so that the kids and the families have access to their basic needs, which means they're providing resource navigation and doing direct service with infected people sometimes and people at risk many other times, right in clients' homes, driving to them, putting themselves in the direct line for risk of transmission. This is dangerous for our employees and for PPS employees. So more often it means they are on the phone or receiving texts with excruciating regularity, hearing about the needs, challenges, and even the heartbreaks of our community members. Too many of our members have had to console staff, families, and children about the loss of loved ones, the hunger, the fear, the isolation, anxiety, and depression are exacerbated by the requirements of physical distancing. Several of you have spoken about the social, emotional, and behavioral health impacts of COVID. This is a very real thing, and you talk about exacerbations, it is exacerbated in communities that were already under stress before COVID began. So I mentioned many are unable to say goodbye to loved ones, to support, hug, and comfort other loved ones. And what this means for us in particular is that in order to stay safe, we have to do the opposite of what is culturally responsive in our communities, and that has taken that toll. Particularly as our community continues to reel from the foundations of racism that rear their ugliness and violence, disproportionality, and minimized hope. I know I'm talking fast, but I'm trying to honor people's time, so I'll get through it. I'm winding up. Our communities are very worried and fearful about the projections for what is to come this month and next, this last mile before we get all these new vaccines there. And it's difficult to fathom even more of an impact, but as I heard from Dr. Graven, that may be possible. So we have to be vigilant. Our member organizations are working with our county health department. We love Multnomah County, just like we love PPS, to provide information, education, and ensure our community has the facts so they can make informed decisions about staffing and services. And as we hopefully look to vaccine distribution, January 23rd, God bless everybody there, our members are eager to ensure that included in prioritization, and you've heard this several times tonight too, is a racialized equity lens to ensure that impacted communities are receiving their fair share of vaccines. A lot of us live in pharmacy deserts. I know that's one possibility for getting out the vaccine, but that doesn't help all of us. Some of us live in food deserts and whatever. That all matters. So this means we're advocating that not only frontline healthcare professions receive vaccines, and I know there's a schedule, but that service workers such as custodians or kitchen workers or caretakers at these facilities, they too get the vaccine in sequence order. We appreciate the approach partnership that PPS has taken in advocating that all students facing staff and partners be prioritized in this 1B way. Finally-ish, I would be remiss if I didn't also mention that there's still work to do in our communities of color to build trust and understanding about vaccinations. We have good reason for our apprehension and reluctance in our communities. With the history of eugenics and lack of access and racist beliefs about our pain thresholds, these are just a few reasons for skepticism. My own dad was born 3 years before the Tuskegee Project started in Tuskegee, and he lived there for 30 of the 40 years of that project. So there, but for the grace of God, go my dad or my granddad. I think my grandfather was too old and my dad was too young to be part of that pool, but he very well could have been part of it. And that awareness in our community that goes without saying. So our member organizations are committed to providing credible information and working to build trust in the community, because the threat of this pandemic has wreaked havoc. So we're proud to partner with Multnomah County and PPS in a town hall coming up where we have medical experts that reflect our diverse community, and we're gonna speak to the importance of vaccines so we can support efforts to build trust. Like PPS, we understand the importance of returning children back to in-person school. But I cannot offer testimony tonight that says one way or the other. We've heard contrasting bits of testimony tonight, but one way or the other, where all of our members in communities of color opinions are in consensus. We're not all in consensus. We have a lot of members, and some want their kids right back in school, and some have a lot of questions about the teachers, and some want the pandemic problem to be solved before they even go near that situation. I've even done a little outreach on my own. It's only anecdotal, but it's from an Ivy League chair of pediatrics who I know, and I called when I heard some of the early things on this call. And her advice was that it is, I think one of the slides said, it's a complex path to return. But the recommendation was that the schools go cautiously opening because she didn't recommend they put teachers at risk. One fellow with the American College of Physicians opinion, a pediatrics opinion, but still an opinion. So across our member organizations, the implications of returning back to school for staff, parents, grandparents, it is significant. In our homes and communities of color, we tend to have more compromised multi-generational homes, more people living on top of each other in smaller spaces, and the space context was mentioned earlier. So all that said, learning loss is significant. That's come up, and I know you all are cognizant of that. The pernicious opportunity gap that plagues our community's greatest hopes is always on our mind in our member organizations, and we're all anxious to provide those services we know improve outcomes for students of color. All of our communities are diverse, and within each community, there's a range of opinion. We will keep PPS highly apprised of all the information coming from the community. We have open conduits of communication with PPS, and we appreciate that. So to conclude, finally, I want to applaud the superintendent and the district leaders for not rushing to judgment and continuing to seek our advice and input. And I ask that we continue to work together in service of the Black, Native, and students of color at PPS and their families. Sadly for you all, I had a whole lot more, but that's it. But I really appreciate you taking the time to listen. And I really encourage all of you to continue to consider that equity lens in every frame of everything you do. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
And certainly we thank you, Mr. Monday, both for your contributions this evening and your patience. With that, we have a window of opportunity here for questions. I want to thank all our guest panelists this evening for coming. And again, turn this over to the board now for whatever questions you may have for our panelists and or staff, I might add.
I had a quick question about the one of the slides. It might have been slide 20, talking about, I think it was the phased, phase 1A, and wondering how, I didn't see like a prioritization based on race in that list, and how are we squaring, the governor's phased approach, and how are we including communities of color in those, how are we plugging communities of color in? I would expect them to be pretty high on the list, depending on their occupations, just due to what we already know and what's already been said on the call.
Yeah, in Oregon, the way that has been expressed, an application of a racial equity lens within phase 1A is a very large definition of people that work within all of those settings. So that's why I was saying earlier that, I've heard estimates of 300 to 400,000 people statewide within that phase 1A, which I suspect is actually much larger because when you include everyone, so that would include anyone, in a hospital setting, for example, folks that are working in the kitchen, folks that are providing cleaning services. When you define it all the way out to anyone that's in that, grouping of folks that is associated with the hospital, it's a much, much larger group. Not all jurisdictions have done that. So, I can't speak for other jurisdictions, but in Oregon, I know the folks that worked on that phase 1A, that is where they did their best to integrate a racial equity lens and making those concentric circles very large.
This is Rita. I guess I don't have I have many questions, but I'll spare you. It's getting late. I think I have a request. As everybody has said, this is an incredibly complex issue that is also incredibly important for everybody, for our students, our families, staff, and also for the larger community. So I have a great interest in trying to get it right. These days I have a lot of time on my hands and I'm not leaving my living room ever. So I'm doing a lot of reading on my own, but I am a layperson and I am seeing, some difference of opinion depending on, which authority I look at, what paper I read, what newspaper article, who I talk to. It would be very helpful, at least for me, if we on the board could get some kind of summary document that written by people who actually know stuff to tell us what is the current state of the science. Because I think we all know whatever science we know. And most of us are not really qualified. I'm certainly not, although I have views. It would be very helpful. I think at this point, I think it's essential that we get some kind of white paper that summarizes the state of the science so that we can get we can really ground our decision-making and our advocacy in, an accurate understanding of what the science is telling us. So that's my request.
I have a question for Drs. Guernsey and Loeffler, and it's a question I asked our health panel about a month ago, and it's not whether you would reopen schools. I only asked Dr. Graven that. But I asked the question of how do we, from a public health perspective, how do you? I'm not a public health person. How do we create a framework or a rubric for making this, for weighing these costs and benefits, right? I mean, you're very focused right now on COVID, but you're also very focused on kids generally, right? And public health generally. And I'll be honest, one of my huge fears is that 5 years from now, when we see the impact on this generation of children from the lost learning, social emotional impacts, the mental health impacts, the consensus 5 years from now will be, where were the adults at the moment to sort of speak up on behalf of those kids and the impact on them? But I think it's really, really hard in any equation. And as human beings, right, we always look at short-term costs versus long-term costs, and it's hard to weigh those things. So from a public health profession, when you get together with other people, how do you look at that framework? And is there something there that we can use as a school board and the superintendent, his team can use to know when that moment is? And I appreciate what you've said about reopening slowly and carefully, but even under that, we still have to be weighing those costs and benefits to make that decision.
Well, I'll say a few words and then Dr. Loeffler chime in. First of all, I'm not a doctor. I love hearing Dr. Guernsey, but I'm actually not a doctor.
You sound way smarter than I do, so I assume.
Oh, okay. Well, I have a master's in public health, and my family would say, well, she thinks she's a doctor. But anyway, that's another story. That's a great question. Public health is an art and a science. There's a lot of things that we could talk about in terms of data and literature and academic assessments, but ultimately it comes down to a conversation of looking at all of these different factors that you all are talking about. And we see our role to assist in some of those conversations, but what you all are pointing out is that this is very much a decision that involves community values, family decisions, other important factors and data points that we don't have a clear picture on right now. This situation is very frustrating because some of the things we can't fully see right now and understand what the trade-offs are. We talk a lot about trade-offs in this situation because of exactly what you're asking. So we certainly see ourselves as being a partner in helping to think that through, but I think it really comes down to a conversation, the conversation that you all are having right now, which is looking at those variables and being comfortable making decisions in the absence of some information that might be fairly important, which is really, really scary. And that's kind of how we approach some of the public health work, is really taking a careful approach to that. Taking one step into it, understanding what's happening, and like Ann was saying, doing that plan, do, study, act cycle to really understand what the implications are. So we definitely can be a partner in helping to ask some of those questions, but ultimately it's a pretty large community dialogue. Dr. Loeffler, would you add any?
Yeah, I would just say that when we learned that some of the states that ultimately wound up having a lot of cases of COVID made the choice that kids were going back to school come hell or high water. People in places like Oregon and some of the other people on the pediatric infectious disease groups that I'm on said, well, at least we'll learn from their experience. And I think that really has afforded us a lot of information that can help us take 3 steps ahead, when we dip those toes in the water. So again, we just have the luxury of seeing what worked, what didn't work, what things can be prioritized, what kind of masks kids actually can keep on quite well, how you can teach them to wait the 6 feet, how you can build your cohorts, and that's allowed us as a public health team to be able to say, you know, let's get our ducks in a row so that when the schools say they're ready, we are here to support them. And, you know, we could talk a lot more about the use of the antigen test, which I think the state's going to tell us a lot more about on the 19th. It's something we've been studying in our population, in the unstably housed population with good success. So I think there's a lot to talk about, and whenever you're ready, we're here to partner with you.
Mr. Mundy, I just wanted to thank you for being here tonight, and I appreciate your statements about moving you to the beginning of our list of guests. And, you know, we are continuing to try to live into our express values, and some nights we do it better than others. Tonight's not been a great night. And so it's, what do we learn from tonight that we can move forward? But I wanted to ask you a question about the sort of this sense of whose voices are getting heard. And it feels like one of the things I keep hearing is we're not hearing from families who are struggling already with some of what you named, like living in multiple houses, being frontline workers. So what sense can you give us about how we can be better at listening to those we might not be hearing? I mean, obviously having you here is great, but what other things as a board can we be doing right now as we discuss reopening to make sure we're hearing from all of our community?
You know, clearly, well, we're not a direct service provider. Half of our members already work with you as partners. So go to the CBOs that you're already working with, who are talking to these people, working with these families. I was pleased to hear at the beginning that one of the groups we work with just had a tragedy, just had a fire at one of their complexes, Hacienda. And I was glad to hear that you all were aware of it, knew it, were reaching out to help them. But, you know, multiply that, you know, 50 times over and just talk to the CBOs. They know what your students are going through, and they know what your families are going through. And when a lot of people, again, mention the emotional needs of these students, if you talk to your CBOs, they can help you begin to solve some of these problems far more quickly than, you know, I'm sure you have wonderful resource officers and social workers and whatever, but these people touch the community every day. So I would start there and end there.
That's excellent advice. Thank you. And I do want to say that it was really impressive to hear just very quickly after the news of the fire that the Scott PTA was on scene, as was the principal of that elementary school. And so that idea of that school is not just what happens sort of in the classroom, but it is the community and how we show up for one another in difficult times like this. And I know that Hacienda is raising funds to help support families that have been displaced. So if you want to help the Cully families displaced from the Vista Clara fire, you can Google Hacienda fire and find ways to donate. Sorry, Director DePass.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to thank Mr. Mundy as well for showing up, and also just for us not to rely on, you know, the sole communities of color, but rather that, you know, we have a list of people that we contract with of CBOs that we should be reaching out, like actively engaging with them and asking them what they're hearing. I think, I mean, you're the membership organization, the coalition of, is it 150 organizations?
We'll get there. No, it's 19, but we'll be growing in 2021. But beyond that, you know, we have 19 members, but we also have lots of relationships, some of which are with the organizations you're speaking of. We work with a lot of groups that are not our groups, but we partner with everybody who is good for communities of color. So whether that's REAP or BPI, or, you know, there's groups all across the spectrum. We Latino Health Coalition, any group that is for the advancement of our children and families, we will have partnered with at some time and some actively.
Just following on that question, the superintendent, whether in our sort of overall vaccination plans, whether our community partners are an integrated part of that, knowing that our students often leave our schools and then are going to community partner programs, or community partner programs are coming into schools. Are they integrated into our planning?
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, yesterday we just had a conversation with a couple of our key partners, and we're on the same page because they raised the same point and we acknowledge it. They're student-facing staff and they're connecting with families all the time. So as now that we know, it's really going to be up to us partnering with our county and ESD partners that we include our culturally specific organization staff when we talk about the Group 1B, which is coming up next. So now that 1A has expanded to include 65 and older, and from what I'm hearing, we're about 30% accomplished in that 1A group getting full offer of vaccination. We'll be ready in our plans, depending on the doses made available to us, to distribute some sequence of student-facing adults. And, for instance, if we're going to prioritize younger kids, maybe we want to focus on early educators. But we're still working out a lot of those details. It's a little premature today, but every day that goes by, we're getting a little bit more clear, and I'm looking forward to our ongoing meetings and later this week with the chair of the county and our public health officials as we develop those vaccine timelines with our internal team.
Great, thank you so much. I know we have more to discuss here. I would draw our attention to the time and our agenda. So I just wanted to ask if we wanted to continue further discussion at this point, or if we were ready to move on.
Chair Lowry, excuse me. I have a couple questions. We may be able to handle this over email, but I was hoping for a little more specificity about our plans for limited in-person instruction, and to see a timeline on what we expect to go forward. I mean, we've seen generally 4 groups prioritized, but Superintendent, I know you said you're going to be coming out with a more comprehensive timeline before the end of the semester. When can we expect to get a little bit more detail on Lippy? And another sort of sub question I had was, if we, the status of any survey of our families so that we can gauge what percentage of all of our families would be ready to come back to school, and then what percentage of our subgroups of families that might be invited back for the initial limited in-person instruction would be willing to come back to school.
Sure, I'd love to give you the details, but part of our models depend on what we learn on January 19th regarding the guidelines. But I know that staff has been working with our labor partners around a rolling return, at least from a limited instruction point of view, that prioritizes our youngest students and some transition grades. But I don't want to steal sort of some of the thunder here. Sean, among other staff, has been working through. So we've put him on screen here. So maybe he can give you a little bit of a preview of coming attractions, but depending on our vaccine rollout, and the capacity required for on-site testing, which we're also deliberating, then that'll help sort of determine, along with cohorting and social distancing requirements and some flexibility there, how much and how many we anticipate to start bringing back in the coming weeks. But Dr. Bird?
All right, good evening, board members. So yeah, we have been working on our limited instruction plans, and we're going to start with 16 elementary schools, which are the 10 sites that have childcare on them already, plus our 6 CSI elementary schools. And we'll also have 2 high schools that are ready to go for credit recovery. And we are working with middle school principals as well. So it's grades K through 3, 6 in middle school, 9, 11, and 12 in high school. So high school, you can imagine, is focusing mostly on credit recovery for our 11th and 12th graders who are in need of credit in order to graduate. And then those 9th graders and 6th graders, it's really about the children who have not performed well in quarter 1. So we're using data to see those children who need more assistance. So we'll start bringing groups of them in. In K through 3, it is, the schools that were chosen are our most, our highest need schools, so our CSI schools. The next tier, once we get them in and started, the next tier would be our TSI and title schools, and then we'll gradually add the rest of the schools in. So eventually you'll see limited in-person offerings across the school district, but we're going to start relatively small because we have to work out some operational matters like transportation to see if that's needed. We also have to work out, as you might remember, limited in person cannot replace comprehensive distance learning. It has to supplement it. So we have teachers that are teaching, you know, in the morning, and then they'll be volunteering for this additional service. Of course, they'll be compensated for it, but it's in addition to their regular duties. So we have to survey our staff at each school to see, you know, which people are available. We've just reached an agreement recently with the Portland Association of Teachers, and I believe we have reached a tentative agreement with PFSP, because we'll have those staff members that are also contributing to our efforts here. So we have principals right now working on plans. They're surveying their staff to see volunteers, and then they're submitting those plans to us for review. Remember that we had work groups a couple of months ago before the spike in the virus started. So we had some things already in the works. This is not just like we're just starting right now. We've had things in the works for several months we've been planning. So we are aiming for a start of around the 25th of January. And that's because partially because we are orienting all of our principals to our buildings with the remove furniture that for physical distancing that has to be required. And our principals also have to work to create plans for entrance and exit from the building, for symptom spaces in their schools. So they have to do some logistical work that they've been working on, but our operations team has been through all of our campuses. It's a tremendous amount of work for the facilities that we have to remove that furniture, set the classrooms up correctly. So that's taken some time. Now our principals will go in and you know, kind of solidify their plans because they're individual. Just as a reminder too, for the limited in-person parameters, there can be, it's 2 hours a day, up to 2 hours a day, and cohorts of up to 20 people. But given the size of most of our schools, our cohorts are really can be about, you know, 13 to 15 people, given the give or take, depending on the school. So there's a lot of factors at play here, and we want to serve the highest number of students that we can, but we also want to make sure we're doing it safely, and we want to do it very intentionally. So you'll hear more information once we get this first group in, then we'll start. I mean, planning is happening for all of our principals. They're all working on plans right now, but we're going to roll out over time. So you can expect.
Thank you, Dr. Bird, for a little bit of a preview at a high level here of what the team has been working on, and for being a little more forthcoming about details that I know you're still working out with each site administrator around what that looks like in their specific building context. So hopefully what you're getting a sense of is a slow roll, slow return to CDL plus LIPI activity in the afternoons with groupings of schools as we build our muscle on the site, and we test out all our safety protocols that we've been planning for months. So stay tuned. This is you'll hear some of the community will hear more of these details in the coming days as we prepare our communication.
Thank you, Superintendent Guerrero. Are we ready to move on to our next topics? Okay. Thank you all so much for coming and for speaking tonight. We really appreciate you and your guidance and support as we try to make these policy decisions. Thank you, everyone. So I've had a couple of requests, board members, to change the agenda. There has been some sense that we've got members of the public who are very interested in the Southeast Guiding Coalition report. And so there's been some requests to move that forward. And so wanted to check in with you. It would mean that would come next. And then we would do the board committee reports and then the policies after that. What is your sense?
I support the shift.
Yep, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, well, let's take a break until 9:50, and we'll come back at 9:50 with the Southeast Guiding Coalition recommendations. Thanks, everyone. Superintendent Guerrero, if he's back, to go ahead and introduce this moved up item. The let's see, I have to find it on my script. The enrollment balancing final phase 1 scenario for Southeast. Superintendent Guerrero.
Thank you, Chair Lowry. Sorry, even with a large size monitor, I am lost in my windows and tabs. But I'm glad that another important topic this evening. June 2019, in fact, the board adopted not just our ambitious vision for the school district's long term, its North Star. It identified some core values, a direction to guide our ongoing transformation. And so while PPS continues to engage in all these multi-pronged efforts at improving student opportunities and outcomes through a whole program of strategies and efforts aimed at students' healthy social emotional support. There's also been a number of system-related issues. Some of them revolve around our physical environments and how those impact on student success. So thankfully, voters understood this as well with the bond campaign, but over time, school systems find themselves often out of balance in how they utilize their buildings. So to address those issues here in PPS, we launched an enrollment and program balancing process, long overdue and recognized by especially many of our board members who, even before they were on the board, have been involved in these issues. So this led to the convening, contracting, first of all, with Flow Analytics to help us with sort of the data end of things, some analysis and modeling, as well as staff internally helping to really think about how to best engage and converge many different school communities and perspectives. So this led to the convening of the Southeast Guiding Coalition, composed of parents, guardians, principals, students, teachers, to arrive at pretty close to consensus. We know that there are still some outstanding issues, and I'm sure directors will probably illuminate a few of those. Arriving, however, at a general recommendation for this phase 1 process. So Director Bailey, I appreciate, has been one of the identified board liaisons to this work, and probably he, and I can think of a couple of others who have a lot of history in this area, would be helpful as I listened every week to the discussion. I know that he was there as well. If you wouldn't mind sharing your experience about the process and the arrival at this final recommendation.
Thank you, Superintendent Guerrero. First of all, I want to start off by saying a big thank you to the members of the Guiding Coalition, and thanks to our staff and our contractor Flow for working through a very challenging, complex process. Remember, fellow board members, we charged the Guiding Coalition with a couple of objectives. We wanted to transition to middle schools, Kellogg in particular. We started with a second unnamed one, but I think it became apparent to all very quickly that the only suitable building was Harrison Park, which had been a middle school in the past, as the second choice. We wanted to balance enrollment, not only at elementary and middle school, but also at the high school level to optimally use our buildings. We wanted to minimize co-location of programs, and in particular to eliminate single-strand neighborhood programs at the elementary level. And finally, we wanted to create a clear, coherent pathway for students receiving special education all the way from K through 12, that they could stay with their cohort. That's a lot to take on, and it's challenging to do public process anyway, but to do it in the age of COVID is 10 times as difficult. And it also didn't help that the process was, the timeline was truncated because we were set to start right when COVID came out. And so the start of the process was delayed. I think despite all that, committee members went to work, they dove in. Again, this is complex because on the one hand, there's huge values. We're trying to inject racial equity into the entire process. And there's a lot of data issues as well. And it's hard to know from a public process what decisions should be made by a citizen group and which decisions should be made by educators, because that's why we pay them the big bucks. They're the experts on it. So there was a tension there as well. The process wasn't perfect, and we've all received letters with some criticisms of the process. And I think we're going to learn from that and get better as we go forward on that. I want to credit staff with pivoting halfway through, because they listened very clearly to feedback that this is too much too fast. And so a piece of what was supposed to be a phase 1 decision got pushed into a later phase for this spring. And that really seemed to work. That simplification gave the right bite-size decision that the group could coalesce around. It wasn't a total consensus. And we heard earlier from a couple of Creston parents that is kind of one of the outstanding issues. I would say that community, and you heard it stated very clearly, but I heard it in a Zoom meeting with them. They are pretty distraught and really want, as soon as possible, to see their kids be in a middle school, like now, next year. So I think that's one thing we'll be talking about tonight. I do want to say that this is so complex, and the Guiding Coalition, I think, did a great job of creating a framework that addresses the objectives that we set out for them, and that in later phases still leaves a lot open to be decided. We were worried that if a decision was made in phase 1, it would cut off some options for phase 2. That doesn't seem to have happened. I think, again, this is very delicate. I don't think as a board we want to mess with that framework very much because of unintended consequences. And I think the committee has worked very hard to suss those out. So I think I'll stop there and just say how appreciative I am. We're a learning organization. We're learning through this process as we go forward. And I saw that learning take place both at the staff level and with coalition members as well. So I'll stop there and just say thanks again. And there's a couple of members of the Guiding Coalition. And I guess that's the final thing. This proposal was put together by coalition members. And I watched one meeting where it opened up with staff coming in and saying, hey, we took 2 of your scenarios and combined the best of them into this great scenario. What do you think? And it was panned. It was almost immediately trashed. And the coalition, said, no, we want to go in this direction. And as a staff member, I could only think on the one hand saying, oh, wow, did we misread things? But, oh, great, this is the committee acting as they should and making this their own product. So kudos to staff for hanging in there through that as well. And kudos to the committee members for forging ahead.
Thank you, Director Bailey, for helping to shepherd through this process. And I also want to give my appreciation to school community reps that made up the Guiding Coalition. Well, without further ado, why don't we talk concrete about the recommendation? Deputy Superintendent Claire Hertz, you're on deck.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here tonight. I will say I'm going to keep my comments very brief since it is late into the evening. So I will say that we have 3 community members here representing some of their parent guardians of children in the Southeast Guiding Coalition. and coming from several schools. And then we also have some staff members here available to answer questions, but when they speak, I'll ask them to introduce themselves. But first, I'd like to introduce to you, we have 3 parent reps. One is Andy Jacobs, second is Dee Reddy, and the third is Beth Kavanaugh. And the 3 of them were helped to write and present the recommendation to the Guiding Coalition. They had others too, but those are the 3 that represent us tonight. So with that, I'm going to ask Andy Jacobs to speak to share the Southeast Guiding Coalition recommendation for phase 1. These are changes that will be implemented in the fall of 2021 with the opening of Kellogg. And with that, I'll turn it over to Andy.
Thanks, Claire. And Dee, I know we weren't sure whether you're going to be here, so I had planned to do this, but please jump in as I go along. And I'll also try to, first of all, good evening, everyone. I'm Andy. I'm a parent of 2 second graders in the Bridger neighborhood program, also a member of the Southeast Guiding Coalition. I will also try to keep my comments relatively brief because I know it's really late. Claire, I don't know if it's possible to put even just like the graphic of the feeder pattern up while I'm talking. If not, it's fine, but that might.
Yes, Roseanne, if you would bring up the bottom of page 1, thank you.
That's totally fine. Yeah, that's great. So I wanted to, I appreciate the opportunity to kind of give an overview of our recommendation here, which it did, as Director Bailey mentioned, it didn't earn unanimous consensus, but it did ultimately get consensus from more than 90% of the coalition, which for any of you who've been following any of these meetings, no, that's sort of no small feat given the wide range of opinions across the group. And I think it got that level of consensus not because it's perfect by any means. I think we quickly realized starting out this work that given all the priorities we're trying to balance here, there's no such thing as a perfect solution here. And that's especially true because of the considerations Director Bailey mentioned about, saving, like there are some decisions we're just not going to take up until phase 2, which means this is just one piece of the larger puzzle, and it's going to feel incomplete until we have that full solution. But I think a lot of coalition members do feel this would be an important step toward achieving some of the really worthy goals that the board has laid out for this process, especially around program equity at the middle school level. So I wanted to just give a quick overview of and I know you all have access to the full proposal. I thought it might be helpful to just give an overview of what's in this proposal. Before that, though, I thought it also might be helpful just to share, and Director Bailey got at this at a high level, but sort of how we applied some of the guiding principles or goals that you gave us for this process, kind of how we more specifically thought about that in creating the feeder pattern for Kellogg Middle School. The proposed feeder pattern for Kellogg Middle School this fall, because we were trying to accomplish a few very specific things. First and foremost, we were trying to convert as many K-8 schools as possible to K-5 schools as soon as possible in the fall, in line with the district's vision for comprehensive middle schools. And then within that, we were trying to make sure we emphasized the district's racial equity and social justice lens. And to us, that meant prioritizing K-8 schools to feed to Kellogg that serve the most Black students, Latinx students, and students from low-income families. So that was priority number 1. Number 2, we wanted to make sure that that Kellogg did not start off overcrowded. And so there's some documents in your packet that talk about how 85% is sort of in general would be considered full 85% utilization rate. We based on advice from district experts wanted to even err a little more conservatively than that and aim for a projected 80% utilization target for Kellogg, which I believe is about 640 students. And we wanted to do that for a couple of reasons. One, and I think there's some stuff on this also in your materials, but we heard from several principals on the Guiding Coalition who have experience opening new schools that a lot of times our projections in these cases are a little bit low, right? Like because there might be students who are in the attendance boundary who currently attend non-PPS schools, but will be excited about coming back potentially to attend a new school, and those aren't accounted for in these projections. So that's one factor that could kind of drive enrollment up even past what we're projecting. And then 2, we mentioned these decisions to be made in phase 2. We know that those will have some impact on Kellogg's enrollment. We're not sure what that would be, but in case both of those things sort of point towards slightly higher than projected enrollment at Kellogg, we just wanted to make sure there's enough of a cushion there that even if there's a little more than we expect, the school still positioned to get off to a strong start during what's likely to be a very challenging year under the circumstances, and that we're not as part of a process where one of the goals is to reduce overcrowding where there's pockets of overcrowding across Southeast, that we're not opening a new middle school that's going to be overcrowded right off the bat. So that was another priority. Third, there's an immediate space shortage at Bridger. As the middle school, as the Spanish dual language immersion program continues expanding through 8th grade there, even with all the portable classrooms there, even with the kindergarten already offsite in an annex, the school is going to be one classroom short for next year. And so we needed to make sure that whatever solution we propose here addresses that problem, so that students who are assigned to Bridger next year have enough classrooms. Pretty straightforward. And then lastly was one that Director Bailey mentioned, which is just making sure we leave ourselves in a flexibility to consider, the range of solutions you might want to consider in phase 2 when it comes to assigning schools to Harrison Park Middle School, which is going to open in fall 2022, to address overcrowding at Franklin and all these other decisions, and just making sure that, we don't lock ourselves or lock ourselves out of solutions that we might want to consider, or find ourselves in a situation where we might feed one school to Kellogg in the short term, but then have to reconsider it down the road. We didn't think that would be really fair to those school communities. So that's what we were going for. You see where we landed here in this proposal, and what would happen in fall 2021 under this proposal is Arleta, Marysville, and Lint would convert from K-8 to K-5 schools. Their neighborhood programs would feed to Kellogg, and students who would be in those middle schools would transfer to Kellogg in the fall. The same would be true of the middle school Spanish DLI programs at Lint, Bridger, and at Mount Tabor Middle School. So those programs would transfer to Kellogg. That program at Mount Tabor Middle School is the one that Atkinson's Spanish DLI program currently feeds to. So current 5th graders in the Atkinson Spanish DLI program next year would attend Kellogg, along with current 6th and 7th graders in the Spanish DLI program at Mount Tabor Middle School. And that's the extent of what we're proposing. It's also might be helpful to just name sort of what wouldn't change under this proposal. So Director Bailey mentioned Creston, which we're not proposing a middle school assignment for Creston in this proposal, barring another solution that you all come up with. The assumption is that it would convert in fall 2022, and we'd decide on their long-term feeder path in phase 2 of the process. Atkinson's neighborhood program would continue feeding to Mount Tabor Middle School under this proposal, and for next year. All K-5 DLI locations and configurations would remain unchanged for next year, as would all K-5 attendance boundaries. Now, all those things could potentially be up for conversation in phase 2, but nothing would change for fall 2021. If we decided to recommend those changes and you approve them, those would take effect in fall 2022. So that's the proposal. I know it's late, but I thought it would be helpful just in just a couple more minutes to address a couple of the specific pieces of feedback we've heard since this proposal has been out in the world. It might help kind of ground the conversation, and for people who are watching might just who may agree or disagree with where we landed on some of these things, it might be helpful to hear sort of the thought process, because we really did grapple with some of the challenges we know that are in this proposal. So one is, this proposal would consolidate all of the middle school Spanish dual language immersion programs in Southeast at Kellogg. And I think we've heard some questions about, were we prioritizing that over neighborhood programs or something like that? And the answer is, it wasn't a top priority for us to create that consolidated program at Kellogg, but we kind of got there naturally from some of our top priorities. So for example, if you go back to one of our guiding principles of prioritizing the K-8 schools that serve the highest number of BIPOC students from low-income families, we zeroed in really early on Lint and Marysville as the two that stood out in that regard, and really early on kind of penciled them in to feed to Kellogg. But since Lint has a Spanish DLI program, you pretty quickly get into this chain reaction, right? So if you're going to feed Lint's neighborhood program to Kellogg, you can't have just a Spanish DLI be the extent of Lent's middle school. So you need to feed the Spanish DLI as well, just from a program equity staffing standpoint. But then you have the flip side of that situation at Kellogg, right? So if you can't really have a strong Spanish DLI program in middle school, at Kellogg with just length strand being there. So the question is, okay, what else comes next? So Bridger's Spanish GLI strands, middle school GLI strands, became the next priority because that helps address the space shortage that I mentioned earlier there. But then you have one more question, right? Which is then if you have 3 of these strands at Kellogg, you have the one sort of isolated strand sitting there at Mount Tabor Middle School. And the question becomes, well, do you leave that there or do you create this sort of consolidated program? And we considered this as a coalition specifically, and we decided to recommend having all the strands feed to Kellogg, partly on the advice of some of the dual language experts that talked to the coalition and said that the consolidated program would probably be a better experience for students than just sort of the isolated strand, at least for the students at Mount Tabor. Partly because it's not the main consideration, but Mount Tabor Middle School is overcrowded. If there's a reason for other reasons to transfer that strand, that can help address that problem. And then also we saw a positive case for it, right? I mean, I think there's some obvious benefits to pooling the middle school Spanish dual language resources, you know, for students, for teachers in one place. And it happens to be sort of all the middle schools, the most central location to the highest concentration of native Spanish speakers in Southeast, which you know, as Director Bailey mentioned, was one of the things you asked us to prioritize. So for all those reasons, even though it wasn't the main priority, we kind of were led pretty far there from some of our other priorities, and that's why we thought it was a good idea. 2 more quick things, and then because I want to be respectful of people's time. Bridger's neighborhood program. So we are not recommending in this proposal a long-term feeder path for Bridger's neighborhood program. We're assuming that's going to be part of a phase 2 conversation. However, if you adopt this proposal and transfer the Bridger's middle school Spanish GLI strands to Kellogg, Bridger would also have to convert from a K-8 to a K-5 right away, because again, you can't really sustain a middle school with just a small neighborhood strand. So those students who would have attended Bridger's neighborhood middle school program next year would need a school assignment, even as we wait to figure out the long-term feeder path. And you know, obvious options would be Harrison Park K-8 or Kellogg or some combination of the two. What we recommend here is that PPS staff work with the Bridger neighborhood middle school families to find the best solution there. And then lastly, as Director Bailey mentioned, and I know you've heard from, as have we, Creston, which doesn't have a middle school assignment in this proposal. And I can tell you that nobody in the coalition felt good about that. What we were running up against was frankly some math. So we considered, for example, like why don't we just add Creston to this feeder path that you see here? And the problem with that is that then that takes the projected enrollment at Kellogg up to about 720 kids, which is about 90% utilization. And that's even before you account for the fact that this might be on the low end, right? You know, 90% already is pretty high. And I think the coalition was worried that that's really running a risk of setting Kellogg up to be overcrowded right off the bat, or you're putting yourself in a position there where you'd have to just have another transition year for a school, like unfeed one of these schools down the line right after we've sort of sorted this out, and we didn't feel good about that. Another option we considered was to not feed the one Spanish dual language strand at Mount Tabor so that we could feed Creston instead. Again, the problem there is that only works if you're comfortable with that Mount Tabor strand staying there forever, right? And, you know, for the reasons I mentioned, we thought the consolidated Spanish dual language program was a better idea under the circumstances. But either way, it's not a viable short-term solution is I think the key thing to consider, right? Because unless you're going to keep that Mount Tabor strand there forever, you're going to have to account for that extra enrollment eventually, and you're going to be right back at that situation I described where you're at 90% plus utilization at Kellogg, which is probably not going to work. I'll stop there. I know I've probably taken too much time. I hope that it's helpful, again, you know, for folks watching, especially whether you agree or disagree with where we landed here. Every member of the coalition that I worked with and talked to, I think, really grappled with some of these trade-offs and tried to keep in mind that, you know, we're not just talking about moving things around on a map. We're talking about, you know, decisions that are going to affect students, that are going to affect teachers, that are going to affect communities. And we really tried to come up with a proposal that gets to the best and the most equitable result for as many students as possible. I'm sure we didn't get everything right. I look forward to hearing, you know, about the ideas for how we can improve on this. But I think I'll stop there. Beth or Dee, is there anything that I missed that you want to add?
I think you covered it.
So thank you. Thank you, Andy, for sharing of the Southeast Guiding Coalition's recommendation. And with that, I would open it to questions from the board.
I know we're getting a lot of questions from Creston families, and we had some public testimony tonight. Just kind of a helpful refresher on what we're thinking about Creston long-term, but also what it would look like for this next year. If I think, I was one of the many who just assumed Creston would go to Kellogg. Aha, doesn't that, sitting here not going to Southeast Guiding Coalition meetings, that makes sense in my living room. So kind of, could you help us understand some of the thought process around that decision and what Creston folks can expect for the future?
So later this week, I will ask Dr. O. Esther to please join in. We are meeting with OSP and principals and OSP staff and the principals from both Creston and Bridger in order to talk about the process to work with the community in order to address the outstanding concerns for these two middle school programs. And Dr. O, I don't know if you have something that you'd like to add to that about where we're headed with our communities.
You're on mute, Dr. O.
Sorry, I've been on mute all evening, so I didn't even remember to unmute myself, but here I am. So I said it is important for us to realize that the Creston families desire to go to Kellogg. That said, though, it's also very important for us to realize that the school, when it opens, will probably need some cushion for additional students that may be enrolling on the backside. So when we do meet with the Creston families, we're going to try to find some compromise, some happy medium that would be workable and acceptable to them. I already heard that some of the families are okay with not going to Kellogg right now, but we don't know if that's the consensus of the community. So during that conversation, we're hoping that they will table their concerns and we'll be able to address them.
Dr. O, this is Director Constant. If I can just jump in right on that question. Can you talk about the capacity for Hosford to absorb Creston students, and would it be possible to give them that kind of assurance, or are we just avoiding that since our directive for this first phase of decision making was to really only focus on populating Kellogg?
Well, the first phase was to decide on populating Kellogg. What I think I did not anticipate was how strongly the Creston community was going to be insistent upon going to Kellogg. But there were other, as we looked at all the priorities and we cascaded them down, the Creston piece did not surface for us as a compelling reason amongst all the other priorities in the beginning. But now that that continues to come up and it seems to be, or it's threatening to be an Achilles heel, yes, when we negotiate with them, we'll offer other options, and hopefully those other options might be acceptable to them, even if it means some kids will go to Hosford and some will go to Kellogg. But we'll see how that pans out.
So Director Comstam, I would like to share with you that Hosford is at 93% capacity right now.
So
wait, Julie, can I follow up for 1 second with Claire? Is Hosford, do Buckman students have any priority into Hosford?
Judy Brennan, would you please share what you know about that?
Buckman neighborhood is part of the Hosford feeder pattern. Students who transfer into Buckman for the arts program who don't live in Hosford don't come to Hosford. They go back to their neighborhood school, but Buckman is a Hosford feeder.
Thanks, Judy.
So I wanted to just address the Creston issue. I should start first by thanking all of the staff and parents and community members who participate in the process. I tuned in usually Thursday nights, because I've got Tuesday nights full. Why not fill Thursday? So thank you for all the time that was spent. So I wanted to acknowledge that. And there's a reason why this hasn't been done before, because it's complicated. And so I appreciate the hard work that went into it. So please don't take my comments as the majority of the work that was done. I'm very appreciative, and I think it's the right work. So I guess I'm going to focus on the places where I think, and this is the role, a role partly of the board, is to sort of ask the questions where there are maybe where there still are outstanding questions for school communities. And I would say that like, I'm not at all surprised that Creston is surprised to have been left out. Having served before I was a board member, I served on the Bond Stakeholder Advisory Group, and one of the big issues the community group wrestled with was should the 2017 bond include Kellogg? Because the question was, should we just move it to the high schools, or should we also do Kellogg? And one of the strongest advocacy groups for including Kellogg in the 2017 bond was the Creston community. I mean, they're on Powell, there's an adjacency with the middle school. There had been a sense when they, when Kellogg was closed, that the Creston community had lost their neighborhood middle school. So to me, I think it's not at all surprising, given the history and the neighborhood, and as a school that, so Southeast is full of focus programs, DLI, as a neighborhood school, often their voice wasn't heard. And so I feel in some ways this feels somewhat like a continuation, that they are once again left without a middle school, without a path. And I think there's good intentions that to find them a place, but it's sort of like with musical chairs, when the music stops and they all of a sudden are the ones without the chair. And so I really would encourage the staff to go back and look at what options there are, because I do feel it's just another year that those students will have, well, all the students that are still in the under-enrolled K-8s, an inequitable experience. So I hope that between now and next week, we can look at what some options are for them. An overarching, and then another piece that I'm interested in hearing a little bit more from staff about, two pieces, is that we have in most of our schools so it transfers in, and the thinking about the priorities of those students over, say, taking a neighborhood cohort like Creston and having them be in a school. And I know we're going to have to wrestle with this when we look at other middle schools or high schools. There's just a very high number of, in many cases, non-neighborhood schools, and pushing the capacity of the school. So that's the one thing. And then second, and this is looking forward to, well, I guess, what do we do in the next year? And there was a fair amount of conversation, I think, in the group about those schools that still have under-enrolled schools, because I think the Vestal principal said it best, that you can flood a bunch of staff in, but that still doesn't actually create a lot more programming. So I'm interested in how the district, for those schools that are in sort of still in limbo next year, how we create an equitable experience for those students. So I'll stop there, and then at the very end, before we close out, I have a process question for phase 2, but I'd be interested in sort of staff, sort of between now and when this comes to us, how we're going to approach sort of the last pieces that aren't quite fitting nicely into the rest of the larger plan.
Thank you very much, Director Julia Bermud-Woods, for your questions. To the question that you raised, that is a plan. We'll be going back to the drawing board to look at possible options, so that when we meet with the community, we'll be in a good place to at least come up with some possible solutions that might meet their needs. It is possible that some of their students might not mind going to a school like Hosford, and others would want to go to Kellogg. In that case, we have a split group, but we wouldn't know until we meet with the community to see what they really would like to do after we offer or present our options. So yeah, so that's a plan for the Crescent piece. Now for the schools that are under enrolled, I think I'm going to volley the ball to Miss Julie Miss Julie Brennan.
I just get to ask the questions. I don't have to answer.
Right, right. But Miss Judy, would you help out, please?
Well, we'll be bringing responses back as part of our board packet for our next meeting on this, but please, Judy Brennan, if you have something else to add.
But aren't we voting on it next time?
We're going to see, we are currently scheduled for the next board meeting, and we're seeing how much suggested changes there are from the board before we finalize that timeline.
So you've noticed, I think all of the coalition has shared numerous concerns about the next steps and what the impact would be on those K-5 schools, especially those that wind up being very small. I think we can anticipate a significant amount of considerations for boundary changes in a way that we really haven't done in the past few years, where we've done mostly sort of wholesale changes like grade level reconfiguration or program move. I think we're going to be looking at a lot of smaller changes, relying heavily on our technical analytics partner, Flow Analytics. I'm not saying that boundary changes will resolve everything, but I think that you can see that coming into play in a way to try and address under enrollment. You mentioned transfers N, and I will say that we calculate that right now in the cohorts of Arleta, Marysville, and the neighborhood programs. So not the Spanish immersion, but the neighborhood Kellogg components. Right now in those cohorts, it includes 67 students who wouldn't live in the Kellogg boundary. They're in the recommendation at this time, and of course we're open to your feedback regarding keeping those kids in. They're in part because when we've opened middle schools, this will be the 4th in 5 years, we followed that pattern of allowing kids who are in a cohort, who had made a commitment to be with that cohort through 8th grade, to stay with that cohort. But as you have acknowledged, that does have an impact. We're looking in a school that may be crowded, and you may want to make other decisions to open the door to other students. But these are kids who are part of those school communities now in a virtual community, and probably are expecting to be with their community next year. But that is really something that if you feel strongly that you'd like to see differently, we could revise.
Are there additional comments or questions from the board?
Nathaniel had something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I've got some, and I might just cut out at any moment. My connection's been problematic lately. So I've got a process question. This in the past, but I'm extremely concerned about the level of student input in the process, and I was wondering what engagement has taken place since we last discussed this. Has there been any additional outreach, and do we have a concrete plan for increasing it in phase 2?
So I'd like to ask our Director of Community Engagement, Shanice Clark, to join in the conversation.
Thank you, Nathaniel, for your question. So I think there's definitely concrete actions we are employing to get increased student feedback. And I know we're grappling with doing multiple ways of doing that and recognizing that having dedicated space for students in addition to recruiting more intentionally for phase 2 will be really important. And the answer is yes, and I do see that phase 2 really being a place where we launch or relaunch efforts that are more intentional, especially as we include more schools that are impacted. But thank you for your question, and absolutely, I think after meeting with members of the district student council recently, we were able to really adapt some of these steps moving forward.
In addition, Nathan, we've also spent some time looking at what the responsibilities of our school leaders should be in this process. And I think we've been able to shape what those responsibilities would be going forward. That would also be helpful in addition to what Shanice and her team are working on.
I think I want to pick up on what Director Brim-Edwards said about the process question, and that it's, we're getting this now and the expectation is to vote at our next meeting. But you all have met us, and I'm not sure we're going to be ready for that, but just context clues from tonight. So I think one of the things we'll do tomorrow at agenda setting is talk about, again, like we did with the budget, maybe doing a special meeting. And we'll raise that tomorrow with the group, because I know that this is a big thing to do this enrollment balancing, and we want to make sure that we have enough time to really make sure that we have all the options before us. So we'll discuss that tomorrow at agenda setting. Director Brim-Edwards.
Yeah, so a process piece of it, and maybe this doesn't have to be resolved before we vote on this, but there's been a lot of talk about phase 2, and actually the board resolution that we adopted just accepts the goals for phase 1. So I think one process piece is to go back and look at phase 2 and what the goals are. For example, there's been talk about high school enrollment balancing, and that's not really in one of the outcome goals that we adopted on February 25th. So I would be interested in having a conversation about scope, because, and this is another reason why I was a little bit surprised about Creston, is when I look at the outcome goals, it was really driven by the sort of the fixing this middle grades issue. And so to have Creston still sitting out there, like I say, they were a driver and very adjacent to the programming, just surprises me. So I'm hoping we can resolve that. But again, I think the board needs to have a discussion about phase 2 before we, before the group jumps into it, because the resolution just dealt with phase 1. Another, I guess, issue that I'd like to have us wrestle with a little bit about process is, how we have an equitable treatment, because if you get to, hey, 95%, 90% of the people agreed, but it was the 90% that ended up in a place. And those that didn't were the dissenters. To me, it could be have been the right result, but it doesn't necessarily tell me that that was an equitable versus they just maybe got outvoted. Again, I'm trying to figure out how Creston sort of, at the end of the day, ended up without a middle school in this whole thing. So I think it's worth thinking through sort of how we do the weighted, and if it's the majority, but the minority vote are the ones that actually aren't having their issues addressed. Maybe that is something we should have to work through versus it's like the majority is what consensus is what we're going with. So those are more process questions for the next phase. And again, it's not at all as a commentary on any of, bad intent or anything. It's just, I think, the nature of large group decision-making on very complex problems.
Can I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. I'm going to hark back to my experience in previous efforts around enrollment balancing. And in my experience, it is an incredibly complicated question. And whenever you dig into it, I think everybody's experience is that you suddenly realize that everything is connected to everything. So if you move one thing, if you look hard enough, you're going to see that it's, you know, it has huge impact 4 schools over. So I would, I want to thank the Guiding Coalition for all of the work they did. I didn't attend every meeting, but I attended most. And it was an impressive display of kind of mental agility and persistence. There was an enormous amount of data that, what was it, about 45 people had to not only look at, but really absorb. And over the course of 4 months, the group looked at literally dozens of scenarios, dozens, with varying levels of intensity. Certainly it was at least 12 scenarios that had a full workup trying to figure out, you know, how it would play out. So the Guiding Coalition spent 4 months grappling with this extraordinarily complex issue, and they did it all virtually. I mean, it was impressive. And maybe what was most impressive about the whole thing was that they actually came up with a scenario that had overwhelming consensus. Overwhelming. Is it perfect? No. But there isn't a scenario that no scenario is going to be perfect. It's complicated. It's not, you know, and the Guiding Coalition members had numerous, you know, endless discussions about the equity implications throughout their discussions. I think I also want to shout out to Danny Ledesma and Shanice Clark. I think they did an excellent job navigating some really complicated and sometimes difficult conversations to come up with a process that worked and resulted in, I think, a really solid proposal. And while it's unfortunate that the proposal doesn't include at this point, you know, clearly definitive solutions for Creston and Bridger, that's coming in phase 2. So it's not like the Creston students are not going to have middle school. They are. We just don't know today what it will be. And I think it's entirely possible that given the layout of the Creston catchment area, I think it's entirely possible that you may end up having a split feeder, which would actually work for families because some of the families are, you know, across the street from Kellogg, while other families are across the street from Hosford. So I guess I would caution my colleagues against fiddling around with a resolution to a really difficult question that many people spent a very long time grappling with. I would be very uncomfortable at this point, kind of nitpicking and trying to solve, you know, pieces of it, because it's a very delicately balanced solution. And, you know, it can work or it can fall apart. And so that's my comment.
Okay, anything else before we move on? This will be back before us. And like I said, we'll talk about the process at our next
So
meeting.
I would like to clarify that the high school enrollment is actually part of this process. And that phase 1 and phase 2 is really the original phase 1, because with we'll be balancing middle schools in phase 2 in the Southeast region. And we had to split phase 1 into phase 1 and phase 2 because of COVID and the delayed start and the need to open Kellogg, but it did include the second middle school in phase 1, as well as we need to finish the boundary adjustments for pre-K-12. Well, K-12 will have boundary adjustments, but pre-K is included. And we're also looking at balancing our special ed programs across the region. So there are, if you look in the phase 2 steps to come portion of the recommendation or the report from this guiding coalition, I just wanted to clarify that before we got too far down the line with that thinking.
Yeah, well, I'd like to have a longer discussion about that. Obviously not tonight, because just when I read through this and I hearken back to it, the focus was really on the middle grades. And when I look through the document, that's not what I'm seeing. And I think it's also has broader implications than just Southeast. So I'd like to have like I say, the parking lot that for another time, but I would interpret the board's direction differently than that, or based on the February 25th.
Well, I think if you look at that original memo and resolution, there are board outcomes, I think, that are listed, but there's also another section that has essentially board outcomes. It's not all integrated into one list.
Yeah, well, like I said, we should have a discussion about that. I think it has implications for the work, but I don't need to solve it tonight, but I also don't want to just like, yeah, we already agreed to that. So, onward.
We'll revisit this issue and bring it back up. I know there's a lot more here and we will have a chance. We do have the King community waiting, wanting to vote on their mascot next, but Nathaniel, did you have something you wanted to add?
I do too.
Okay, great. Go Nathaniel and then Director DePaul.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a quick clarifying question on my previous one. I was wondering if there are any concrete plans, that you have to increase student engagement in phase 2 that you could share tonight.
So Nathaniel, I think that I have met with you and several other students, and at this point we have not designed the student engagement component for phase 2, but you know that we will be reaching out to the students that were involved in phase 1 to look. We had that initial conversation about expanding student voice, and the current method was not engaging a large amount of student voice. So we're looking at creating new methods in order to accomplish that.
I had just a couple quick questions and a comment. First, thanks to the Southeast Guiding Coalition and staff that have been working on this, and Director Bailey. This is just it's a tough problem and process to go through. What have we learned from the criticism that we can use the next time we go through this conversation as our population, our K-12 population swells and contracts? And then my other question, please let it come back. Was there anyone out from the Creston community on the Southeast Guiding Coalition? Was there representation there? I didn't catch that.
And you can read their dissent, Dr. DePass, it's in the documents that we got, like page 90 or something like that. But there is a representation of the point of view from the Creston representative.
So yes, there were Creston parents involved in the Southeast Guiding Coalition. 2 of them, and the principal as well. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
We have nothing further. All right, we're going to do some agenda mambo here and invite the King team to come up. Superintendent Guerrero, I believe you're introducing this item as well. And then we'll move on to committee reports and policies after we hear from our King community.
Okay, onward to another topic. Thank you, Chair. I mentioned in my SUPS report, we're coming close to arriving at recommendations for our 2 high schools renaming, but our process also outlines some steps for school communities to engage in with staff support for anytime they're talking about a potential change in their identity or mascot, which is the case and interest expressed by the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. school community. So Shanice Clark, our Director for Community Engagement, has been helping shepherd a facilitated process there, and they're here to share with you what that process has been like and their recommendation for the board's consideration. So Shanice.
Good evening, Superintendent Guerrero, Chair Lowry, and board directors. I'm Shanice Clark. I use she and her and hers pronouns, and I am the Director of Community Engagement, and here before you all with Principal Jill Sage of Dr. Martin Luther King Elementary School. And we'll ask Jill to introduce herself in just a moment. We are pleased to review this item to rename the school's mascot, which will really enact an effort to help the process of actualizing racial equity and social justice that positively transforms places of student learning. So the process of formally correcting the school name actually really reinforced students and parents leading a lot of advocacy and engagement at the school community to inquire about the culture and climate and how that would best align with the mascot. So dating back from 2015, there's really been rich and continuous efforts led really from our families and students, concluding up until our last academic year, in relationship with central office staff as they worked through with a mascot naming committee in accordance with our administrative directive. So in addition, in September 2019, the Board of Education adopted a resolution that permitted a correction to the school's name to be officially Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary School that really reinitiated this naming mascot process in collaboration with us. So now the mascot is the Lions, and they formally wish to name the mascot to the Dream, an effort to create an intentional and transformative brand for the school community. And so following our administrative directive, we had the opportunity to hear from a variety of students' voices, visited classes, held many activities, and a series of meetings and discussions with our committee comprised of parents, staff, and many other stakeholders within the within the school community. So the mascot naming committee really has articulated that the Dream being recommended to the Board of Education really illustrates Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King's speech from the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom in 1963, really calling for liberation and freedom and hope, leadership and transformation, which are really ideals important to the school community and students weaving through the fabric of their everyday. And so before the vote for the resolution 6226 to rename Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s mascot to the Dream, I'd love to invite Principal Sage to say a few words, especially about how the mascot titled The Dream has really risen as a critical priority within the school community. So Principal Sage.
Thank you, Shanice, and thank you, directors and Superintendent Guerrero, for listening to our request for this change. this has been an ongoing process. Primarily, like Shani spoke to, started with our students identifying that while the school is known by, shortly by the term or king, that it became pretty evident to them that we've had drifted from really the true intention of honoring Dr. King and his work shortly after his assassination in an attempt to really create a safe space for our African-American students in their experience. And over time, we've drifted from that. And in a community that is ever gentrifying, we find that some folks are disconnected from the intentionality of the naming of the school and the history and the importance of that that connection. And so in reestablishing the name to the full title and honoring his legacy, we also began to examine some of the other symbols in our school and what they meant and how they perpetuated his values and the value of the movement. And in that, we realized that lions actually served to complicate that disengagement with the term king and move us further away from our values. And so we launched a process of talking with students and parents about what it is they want us to focus on. How, when they leave our school doors at the end of 5th grade, what are those values that we want them to be demonstrating and working towards throughout? And we gathered several different ideas and ultimately landed on DREAM, but it also represents our core PBIS values. So D for determined, R for respectful, E for empathetic, A for accepting, and M for making a difference. And those are the values that we work towards when we work with students. And it's become a dynamic of when students maybe aren't showing up as their best, we simply remind them to be the dream. And that simple reminder, it serves as a really positive redirection back to the things that we are working to implement. So with that, we definitely spent some time working with kids and families about kind of the abstractness of the term dream. And, often people move directly to, well, what does that look like? And in that process, being able to come back to really examining what could it look like? Symbols mean things, words are impactful. And this has given us pause to come back and really examine as a school community, one that's changing, one that's evolving, who we are and how we invite voices into the space. So I'm really excited. We've been delayed obviously with the very impactful events of the pandemic and the racial reckoning that has kind of delayed this, but I think it's also brought into the importance of us really taking time to think about what are those values that we're putting forward in our school and the symbols that we use to describe those.
Thank you so much. And thank you for staying up late with us tonight. You could have been doing anything tonight and you're here. And I thank you for your leadership. And I love, especially as, we celebrate Dr. King's birthday this coming Monday, that this is a perfect time to be doing this and to be reminded of the values that he espoused, the way he challenged poverty, the systems that we talked about tonight, the systems of oppression that keep people from fulfilling their dream. And so really love what you're doing at King and the work there. We're gonna go ahead and bring this motion before us. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 6226, resolution to change the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. School identity and mascot? Do I have a motion and second?
Moved.
Second.
Okay, I heard Director Abram-Edwards move and Director Constam second the adoption of resolution 6226. I heard Director DePass there as well, but I think I gave it to Director DePass last time, so I'm giving it to Director Constam this time. Is there any board discussion? I thought I saw, Michelle, that you had unmuted.
I just wanted to, my grandmother taught Highland and retired from King, as did my mom. And so I spent some of my toddler years actually in the building, and just really happy to hear about this. It's great. Thank you for your work on this. And Shanice also, thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you. And in the staff report, I saw DREAM with periods after each letter. So Jill, thanks for explaining that, the double meaning of dream and how you're using that. So that's a great story.
Just another reminder that names mean something.
I was just thinking how sorry I am that your kids can't all be together to celebrate. I've attended some of your assemblies before where you have so much energy, especially your assembly around Dr. King's. I guess you don't do it at his birthday, but when you celebrate your week of Dr. King. So I look forward to when your kids can all be together and really celebrate the dream. It's fantastic.
Thank you.
All right, is there any further board discussion on resolution 6226? Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
No, there's not.
All right. The board will now vote on resolution 6226, resolution to change the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. School identity and mascot. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6226 is approved by a vote of 7-0, with Student Representative Shu voting
Yes.
All right, thank you, Nathaniel, and thanks everyone for your work on this.
Thank you so much. I deeply appreciate it on behalf of my community. Thank you.
All right, we have our board and committee reports. We have 2 policies that need to come before us for first reading. We have the internal audit and we have the tabling of the leadership vote to next week. So we have those 4 items. Do we want to take a break right now for 5 minutes and then come back, or do we want to power through? If you want to break, thumbs up. If you want to power through, thumbs sideways. So break. All right, it looks like Michelle, please feel free to run and take a break while we do the committee reports. It looks like we got a power through team here.
Yep.
Okay, so we're going to start with committee reports. And if I am forgetting something from the agenda, please let me know. Okay, committee reports. We're going to go in alphabetical order as has become our practice. So we'll start with the audit committee.
Okay, so I had everything, but why don't you go to the next one? Let's see, hold on. Okay, so we actually have an audit committee meeting tomorrow. And the most important thing I want to flag for everybody is that we are going to be getting the presentation on the ACH, or the electronic funds transfer audit that's been done. We had our previous meeting in December. The result of it was, and this, I'll actually consolidate this and what we're going to do in a moment with the approving the other audit, the plan. At the last audit committee meeting, we had a suggestion or recommendation from the auditors about a facilities related audit. 2 board members recommended 2 different topics. So I want to thank Director Constam and Director Bailey for both recommending some topics. The committee considered all 3 of the topics potentially to add as the last remaining audit for this next year's audit plan. And the committee ended up recommending a audit on hardship transfers, and we'll be voting on that a little bit later this evening. And also we had a discussion about the ESL audit that is a great topic that Director Constam recommended because of a variety of changes that's happening in the department right now, and the fact that we can always consider it in the future. We're going to take it as a recommendation and hold it as a potential future audit topic. And then the only other thing is we also set some goals for the Office of the Internal Performance Auditor, just to get on a cadence of having KPIs for that function.
All right, thanks, Julia. I think next is the bond committee. Director DePass.
Yeah, nothing to, I gave a more extensive report last week. We have 4 new members joining us this month. We're scheduling an orientation to the work. We haven't settled on a date between, the 23rd in the afternoon and the 30th. So we're finalizing those details and agenda and just welcoming them, getting them to work starting in our February meeting.
All right, CVRC, Director.
Thank you. CBSC met in December on December 16th. The January meeting was going to be held this coming Thursday, but we've postponed it so that I can meet with the co-chairs and help to clarify kind of what the brief is from the board and how the board and CBRC can interact more consistently and more comprehensively. That's it.
All right, Director Constam, Charter and Alternative Program.
We have not met since I last reported back, but we are meeting again. We're agenda planning later this week and meeting next week.
And remind me which schools are up for extensions and renewals. Do you know off the top of your head? It's okay if you don't.
Opal, and just one second. I don't remember off the top of my head.
I just was curious because I've been getting because I was on the charter committee last time. I still get all their like school emails. I think it's Arthur Academy.
Opal and Arthur is the other one.
Yeah. Okay, great. All right, Intergovernmental, Director Scott.
Yes, thank you. We have a meeting coming up this Thursday. 2 agenda items. We're going to talk about one around reopening and any intergovernmental sort of issues there, particularly around potentially testing or vaccinations or anything that we may need to be working with other governments on that the board might be able to help with. And then the second issue is board elections. And Chair Lowry, with you and the rest of the board, do you mind if I know it's an agenda item later? I'll go ahead and give my update now because it's late. And I will try and go quickly, but we've put this off a couple of meetings, so I just want to give a little bit of a preview. Nothing for the board to decide or even discuss tonight, but I want to give a little bit of an outline of what we will be looking at over the next year, frankly. And also, this is also for the public. I want to be really transparent, sort of, and I think all of us want to be really transparent about this conversation. So one of the things that, when I decided to run for board that I, find out is that, you have to live in your zone, but you have to run district-wide. And as I did that, I remember thinking, well, that's a little bit odd. And then I talked to other candidates that were also running, and they also thought it was odd. And then I talked to board members who were already on the board, and they thought it was odd as well. And so I also knew from some work I had done with Portland City Club to look at election reform in city government, that type of structure where all of your officials, all of your elected officials are elected at large, can serve to disenfranchise voters of color and other disenfranchised groups within your overall community. And that's particularly true in large majority white cities such as Portland. And if you think about it, it makes sense. A candidate who might have really strong support from their local school or their local cluster could struggle to run a district-wide campaign in a city like Portland. And so as we've sort of had informal conversations over the last year and a half, I think the board shares a pretty common objective, which is that, and it came up earlier tonight, Director DePasa's comments and other comments tonight about, we want to increase access to more candidates for the Portland Public Schools Board. And one potential way we can do that is by sort of looking at our own election system and potentially making changes that would make it more accessible. One, a relatively straightforward way to do that would be to limit voting to defined zones within the district. So, same thing, you would have to be, in your zone to run, but you would run in your zone rather than running at large. So that's sort of the general framework we've been having this conversation. Lucky for us, in 2019, the state legislature enacted Oregon Revised Statute 255.400 or House Bill 3310. And this is a law that prohibits school districts from conducting elections in a manner that impairs members of a protected class from having equal opportunity to elect candidates of their choice, or equal opportunity to influence outcome of elections, or results in the dilution or abridgment of their rights. And to be really blunt, it's kind of focused towards systems like ours, where everyone gets elected at large. It also provides for residents of the district to affirmatively challenge a district system of elections, and a process for districts to remedy any potential violations that might be found and they think might be there. So this is actually very consistent, I think, with our values and sort of the conversations we've been having. And, you know, it really sets up a framework that we can use if we want to in terms of making some of these changes. So there is something I think that as a board we're interested in looking at, and there's a potential roadmap for doing it, and some potential ways to do this proactively. And I think, you know, again, the overall objectives of this are really to, you know, have smaller voting areas that would level the playing field, because candidates need to only reach, you know, a fraction of the voters at a lower campaign cost. And then also, hopefully, in the long run, or maybe even the short run, that results in board members that better reflect the children and families that the district serves, and would diversify the backgrounds and voices on the board. So there are some timing and issues around this. One of the things we found right away is that we would not be able to make changes for this upcoming election in 2021, mostly because the changes that would need to be made, we'd have to partner with Multnomah County Elections on that. And they pretty much flatly said, you're way beyond any deadlines we would have to make changes for the 2021 election. So then a couple other things that come into play here is that we are also required to redraw our boundaries because of the 2020 census. And so this is something that obviously I think most of you know, every 10 years we get census data, and you know, the state law requires us to redraw our boundaries to make sure that they stay balanced depending on that census data. We expect that census data at the second half of 2021. There still are some potential issues around that being delayed if it is challenged, depending on what the Trump administration does in their last week. But if it goes according to schedule, we'll get that data in the second half of 2021. So that also dovetails nicely with this effort. To the extent we're changing the way we get elected, we could do it at the same time that we're making any adjustments that need to be made, you know, in our zones, because we're going to need to be redrawing those in any case. So there's a whole bunch of decisions we're going to need to make as we go through this process. And one specific thing for board members to be thinking about in terms of timing, the new state law that I was referring to, if we use the official process that's put in place, there's a delay in terms of when that could take effect. So if we were to use that process, that the new zones or the new election process wouldn't take effect until the 2025 election. However, there's also a potential option that we'll need to discuss as a full board. We could also follow the steps of that process without formally following that and implement the changes sooner in May of 2023. We wouldn't get the official protection from challenges that law, you know, if you follow that official process gives, but it does have the advantage of not having to wait 4 years to make changes that we think would potentially increase equity within the district.
And Andrew, I just want to say my understanding of why that is the idea is they don't want us to change the election in a way that would benefit us as incumbents. So it's trying to protect the integrity of the election system. But in this case, sort of has this unintended consequence of delaying maybe our ability to create an equitable system.
Yeah, and I think it's something we need to discuss. I think that is the intent behind it. I would point out that even with a skip election, people who just get elected would still be voting on a change to their election, you know, when it's coming back up again. So there really is no way to avoid that. And the one interesting thing about school districts is we as a board do get to set the election rules. Unlike for a lot of other home rule, you know, jurisdictions, there's charter involved and voters need to approve it. So, you know, we have that authority and frankly, that responsibility to do it. But I think your point is a good one. It's one of the reasons we want to be really transparent. It's one of the reasons I wish we weren't having this conversation at 11 o'clock at night, but I want to make sure we're coming back repeatedly and very publicly and being very transparent about this process, because anyone who is interested in potentially running needs to be very aware of what we're doing. So along that line, great segue into sort of next steps. We're going to begin this conversation. Staff have already done some background research, which is what I just relayed to you in terms of what some of the research they've found out. We're going to start the conversation in the Intergovernmental Committee, but I want to be really clear. I see the Intergovernmental Committee as just helping to sort of move the issue along, but this has to be a full board discussion throughout the entire process. And not only a full board discussion, but a full community discussion as well. We want to develop a project plan that would sort of look at, it would include a project team that would have staff, board members, and community partners. We're going to need to hire consultants to come in, and we do this all the time with the census data, but it could help us on the other process as well, on data analysis, and consult with people who understand electoral system structures and pros and cons. We're going to need to work with county election officials on guidance and timing, because it is a big change for them. In terms of anything that we want to do, we need to make sure we build in plenty of lead time for Multnomah County, and I actually should say Clackamas County and Washington County as well, because there are small pieces of our district that fall in there. So all 3 counties would have to make these changes. And then we'll need to talk about timelines. I would love to bring something back for board approval by November of 2021. That might be a little ambitious depending on the census data and some of the other issues, but as part of this process, we'll discuss what a timeline is, and then really, yeah, just sort of lay out what those next steps are going to be and what it's going to look like. So I'm sorry, I know it's late. That was a little bit lengthy, but just wanted to give that overview for board members so you know what we're going to start talking about, and then know that we'll be coming back repeatedly as we go through this process. Any questions?
Director Scott, I think it would be great to sort of summarize what you just said and start circulating among our community partners so people have awareness that the conversation's happening. I think it's really good information, and I think the more transparent we are about it, the more trusting the community will have in the process and the changes. But I thought it was an excellent report, and think we should try and get it disseminated more widely beyond the 11 o'clock crowd.
Yeah, it's a great suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Director Scott. That was a great update. Really excited. I was wondering if you could repeat the ORRS number and the House bill numbers so I could look them up on my own time. And then the other thing is, yeah, who are we listening to? Who are we engaging? And should we engage them earlier rather than later? And there's a lot of, we're starting to see for this upcoming election, various stakeholder groups, community-based organizations that are either doing some type of seminars. It'd be great to get them involved, early as we can. And the last comment was, doesn't Metro have a data center that would help us? Would they be able to cooperate with us on that census data once it's published?
Yeah, call me tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. We can have that conversation. Yeah, it was Oregon Revised Statute 255.400. And I think it was House Bill 3310, or so Liz tells me, so.
Hey, Director Scott, one tangential thing that I'd like the Intergovernmental Committee to just keep in mind while having these broad conversations is conversation around Multnomah County contribution limits. We wouldn't be subject to them formally, but I think it's worth discussing whether or not we want to implement that ourselves, or at least have a conversation to create an expectation. Because if we're going to walk our talk on trying to bring forth diverse candidates, to me, that's a huge issue, given what we've seen in recent elections and what a barrier that is.
So there are 2 potential issues. I'm going to call them tangential. I don't mean that derisively at all, but one of them is the campaign finance and whether we also want to take that on. The other one that was brought forward by Student Representative Hsu is the idea of voting age. And I will tell you that I am very interested in this issue and what it would take to lower the voting age for school board elections, perhaps to 16. I think it takes a lot. I think it takes state law change. I think it takes, a lot of other sort of groundwork, but I think that's something really interesting to look at. I think both as a committee and as a board, we want to talk about these issues are related for sure, but they don't necessarily have to move forward together. And what I want to make sure is that we don't delay, I think, some of the important electoral changes that we might want to make while pushing for some other things. But I think we should absolutely have those conversations at the same time, because we'll have all the right people at the table. And I could even potentially see sort of a process that laid out where we make some electoral changes, look at some campaign finance limitations, and then be really groundbreaking and innovative and allow our 16-year-olds to vote and 17-year-olds to vote in our elections.
All right. Policy Committee, Director Moore.
Okay, my report is going to be much less than what we just heard. So the policy committee met on January 4th, recommended forwarding 2 policies to the full board for adoption, which we'll be hearing about shortly. We also received a presentation on the national context for school districts' responses to climate change. We're going to be looking at kind of model policies from other districts and how other districts are handling policies around operations and other issues to inform our work on developing the new policy. The climate policy will continue to come back to the committee for work over the next few months. And our next meeting is January 25th.
Great, thanks. Any updates on Rose Quarter?
Nope, we have a meeting next week.
Okay, anything from Southeast Guiding Coalition other than what we've already heard tonight? Scott or Rita, anything from Southeast? Okay, anything else, any other committee or conference reports? Great, okay. First reading of the Anti-Racist and Anti-Oppression Learning Community Policy. Director Moore, as chair of the policy committee, would you like to introduce this next item?
Okay, I'm going to talk fast. This policy is responsive to a rule passed by the State Board of Education in September 2020, requiring school districts to enact policies and practices to create safe and inclusive school climates where all who participate in school communities feel welcome. It's grounded in the conviction that student well-being and safety are cornerstones of education and that all students are entitled to a high-quality educational experience that is free from discrimination or harassment based on perceived race, color, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, or national origin, and without fear of hatred, racism, or violence. Likewise, educators and staff are entitled to work in environments that are free from discrimination or harassment, and families and visitors should be able to participate in school activities without fear for their safety. This policy fully aligns with the PPS vision and our long-held commitment to equity, and the policy committee unanimously recommends adoption. That's it.
All right, the proposed policy will be posted on the board website and the public comment period is 21 days. Contact information for public comment will be posted with the policy. The board will hold a second reading at our meeting on February 9th. All right, Director Moore, would you like to introduce the next item? Rita, you're muted. I know you can talk fast, but we still have to hear you.
Do you really want to though? So this is amendments to the professional conduct policy. And these amendments are fairly technical updates to the policy language in 2 areas. First, recognizing new technology and practices that have emerged during comprehensive distance learning. And second, focusing professional conduct training for contractors on those who have direct contact with students. And again, the committee unanimously recommends adoption.
And again, the proposed policy amendments will be posted on the board website and the public comment period is 21 days. Contact information for public comment will be posted with the policy. The board will hold a second reading at our meeting on February 9th. All right, we move on now to I think what is our final agenda item. Oh no, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Director Brim Edwards, would you like to introduce the internal performance audit plan? Phase 2.
I already covered this somewhat in the audit committee coverage, but we have, we already approved phase 1 of the 2021 audit plan, and we previously approved the student body activity funds audit and the health and safety checks audit. And this would be adding the hardship transfer audit to the 2021 audit plan, and it comes unanimously recommended by the audit committee, which is both board and community members and student reps.
All right, thank you. Do I have a motion and second to adopt Resolution 6227, resolution approving phase 2 of the internal performance audit plan?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Director Brim Edwards moves and Director Bailey seconds the adoption of Resolution 6227. Is there any board discussion? Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
No.
All right, the board will now vote on Resolution 6227, resolution approving phase 2 of the internal performance audit plan. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6227 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Shu voting
Yes.
All right, thank you. We now come to our final agenda item, Board Policy 1.20.00PV1A states that the board shall elect one of its members as board chair and one of its members as board vice chair at such times and for such periods as follows. At the first regular meeting in January for the period from such election until the election of the succeeding chair or vice chair, as the case may be at the first regular meeting in the succeeding July. Director DePass has requested we postpone this vote until January 26th, which will be following our board retreat where we can further discuss leadership on January 23rd. Do I hear any objections to postponing the vote? Great, then we will go ahead and move. Sorry, what?
Do we need a formal motion?
No, Liz texted me we can just do it this way. We don't need to do a formal motion, but thank you, Scott, for making sure we're on the side of the angels tonight. Okay.
I wanted to share that I've received 38 comments just after I spoke. So, and it's one of the reasons I asked to go earlier, knowing that while it said 9:20 was the time, I had a feeling it'd be later. It's 11:23. It's really important for us to carry out our work in the light of day as elected officials. So anyway, I wanted to have the discussion so we could move it up. I appreciate the unanimity. I can't say the word, but the unanimousness, and look forward to the discussion at our retreat on the 23rd.
Great, then we'll go ahead and move those two resolutions to the January 26th. Are there any other items or other business that we need to discuss before we adjourn? All right, the next regular meeting of the board will be held on January 26th. This meeting is adjourned. We originally were going to have a real estate executive session after this meeting, but those of you who read your email closely know that that has been canceled. So we are done for the night at 11:24. So some people guessed we'd be done at 11. Some people guessed we'd be done at midnight. So whoever had 11 or midnight wins because we're halfway.
What am I going to do?